Do you, I don't know that I have any meds, but.
I have
There's,
some upstairs if I don't have something here.
so now I think that we are all in for, I think this is your 7th IBB session, by the way.
That's a lot.
I was numbering them, but then I
Today
kind
is
of quit. Is
number
it your
8.
Today is 8. Yeah.
Your 8? Okay. So I don't know if you all have anything, anything you need to share this morning in light of anything yesterday, and or if we should just have whoever captured the agenda for today wants to pull that up and talk about where we jump in on that agenda today. I don't know if anything sort of changes in terms of priority with our time.
Yeah.
My unicorn hamster.
So what I have, okay, I'm pulling up, it still says July 13th agenda because we put it all on the same day. If everyone wants to look at that. I guess my only question is, do we have additional COVID-related topics that need to be discussed today?
I was thinking calendar, if you have
Oh,
updates on that. Will we at least, yeah,
okay.
like be part of the discussion and have questions?
Sure, Rick got that taken care of last night.
Right. It's all done.
I do have a
Finished.
calendar. I do have a
Okay.
calendar.
I've
It's
added,
not one I want to share because that would be like sharing my
Oh, yeah.
first draft in a room full of teachers with red pens, but I would love to discuss it.
Okay.
Good. Um, Yeah.
I do want to be clear that everything that I am reading says that we have to do all of our minutes. So this is not a cut 3 weeks off of our school year. We're still required to meet all of the obligations of the state statute.
Is there any opportunity to add minutes, or are you purely thinking adding days? Like adding minutes to every day?
Well, that would have to be negotiated because that would take, could technically, I mean, unless you're suggesting that teacher's contract doesn't change.
Right.
Yeah.
Which-
Well, I
don't know,
think,
is that possible?
you know, that's something to discuss because the team's
Well,
here.
I mean,
as long as we're on
here's what I
duty
would say,
time.
anything that we would change that's reflected in the agreement, obviously, we would have to negotiate. What we've done right now is we've just taken the calendar and moved it out
Shifted.
3 weeks. Yes. And we ensured that we met all the obligations of work days, conferences, spring break, Christmas break, all of that is still in place. We just shifted the calendar by 3 weeks.
Good.
Now, I'm not saying that's what we're going to do. We just needed a place to start. What does this even look like? And so I can at least tell you what that looks like.
That makes sense.
maybe we should just dive into calendar now while it's on everybody's minds. As
Sounds
just
like,
a discussion, I'm sorry, Stephanie.
I mean,
oh no, it sounds like you guys are kind of diving into calendar. Yeah, if that makes sense.
there could be discussion, obviously, around, if we didn't want to do a spring break, it would take a week off. If we didn't want to do, the 2 weeks at Christmas, or I guess I should say winter break, I'm sorry. I don't know. Sorry, it's a long night.
Yes.
So, those are all discussions that we,
Well, I'm full of grace today, so.
I'm glad you're full of grace.
Have you guys
Well, so,
gotten any feedback from your
yeah, so-
members yet? I mean, it's been a couple hours, but
I think a lot of them are excited to start working with like Canvas and prepping things. But when you do that, you still, like, until we have a firm start date for teachers, you still got to fulfill your 187 days. So like, if you're putting in work before that, that's not going to, well, that's part of our discussion. Like, how much PD could we put at the beginning? Is there a way to take out PD days from the year and put them all in the front? They are curious about, like, will we maybe have a waiver for hours, but you're saying as of right now,
As of right now, we are not, and everything I'm
Right.
reading is saying that we likely will. I think the legislature would have to do it.
some are wondering, could we start like virtual learning before?
We cannot do
September
that. The
9th?
order says no school till September 9th.
Okay. Is there a way to get clarification on what, if that means in person?
I don't
think
think
it's
we can
pretty
start
clear.
remote.
Okay.
I think the way that I read it, David, I don't know if you dug deeper, but the way I read it is definitely that no instruction until September 9th.
Okay.
So the state's report also made a recommendation of teaching virtually, starting, I think it was the 24th of November, the week of Thanksgiving, through January 11th. Is there consideration? I mean, there's some variables in there that help make decisions around, eliminating vacation time. But I don't know if we can do that without really surveying our members, if you're talking about
Modifying.
shortening winter break, getting rid of spring break. So I don't know, I'm not voting on it, but I don't know if you four would want to do that from NEA-Shawnee Mission without getting serious input from the people you
Right.
represent.
Yes.
I think that we're just in a conversation and that
Right.
we would have to kick.
I'm not necessarily suggesting one way
Yeah,
or the
no,
other
I
either. I
know.
need to be clear. I'm just giving the facts.
Yeah.
Do we know how many minutes added to a school day would give how many days? Like 15 minutes added onto each day gives us,
I think
How
if you
many
do
more
it all
days?
year, 15 minutes is 5 days, and 30 minutes is 10 days.
We did, in the calendar that we did prep last night, we did take out late starts, thinking that if we're on an AB schedule or if we're remote, then,
There's more time.
right, so we did pick up the minutes there. And we did build in the extra PD and we left that. So I think there's 7 report days before kids return. It might be 6. So I have to look.
I know
6 or
this
7.
is a secondary concern, but do you know when we're going to get our Canvas accounts?
Actually, I would say pre-K-12 concern because they are.
No, I meant like a secondary
Oh,
in regards
I thought you meant
to.
secondary. Oh, no, everybody's asking.
No, I was just meaning secondary in regards to everything else
Right.
currently on the burner.
Yeah, I'll see if I can get an update today. We were hoping mid-July, and I think we're probably not too far off from that, but I'll have to get an update on how the data migration is going. We're still waiting on everything to migrate over, and it's been rolling really well, but I'll try to get an update throughout the day of where we are. I know they
Good.
had an update meeting yesterday, I believe at 12:30, or it's today at 12:30. And so we should know more from that. That was yesterday, so I'll get an update.
Cool.
so when you're thinking of, or when you've shifted the calendar 3 weeks, that just kind of makes everyone's start date 3 weeks later too, like including like a classified or a,
Everybody.
okay. I had some classified staff just reach out and,
Yeah, there is some concern from classified who haven't had a paycheck since June. Does that mean that they are going to go another 3 weeks without pay? And then concerns about new hires, thinking that $1,200 salary advance, since that will all be happening before they even report. How are we getting that information out to them? And I'm assuming that doesn't affect their contract at all as far as full payment, full salary for the year. Just questions I've gotten.
I don't know that we have answers.
No,
There-
no, that's.
There are no answers right now, to be
Yeah.
honest. I mean, the only thing that I can tell you is if we just moved the calendar, then the teacher's report date would be August 28th,
28.
if you move it by 3 weeks. And again, we haven't vetted this. It was late last night, but, I mean, basically, you'd just be moving everything out 3 weeks.
Right.
Yeah.
Michelle's that all teachers, and so NTA would be 3 days prior to that?
Yeah.
New teacher, yeah.
Yes.
That's continuing.
Let me look at it.
So new teachers.
So yeah, new teachers would be the 25th and continuing would be the 28th.
Got it.
But again, I'm reluctantly even saying this on live stream, but
Wow.
because this could all change. I mean, literally, we all know that.
Clayton, can you just flash draft? The whole time
On the screen.
I know people want, I mean, there's a lot of questions right now.
A lot of
and-
questions. I mean, principals are supposed to report next week. Secretaries are
Right.
supposed to report next week. So
Right.
What's that look like?
Did you say start date would be September 9th? Is that what you said?
That's what the order says
For students.
for students.
Okay.
So Michelle, the order was, school can't start before September 9th, I think it was. So what does that do to keeping buildings closed? Like, as you say, have you got clarification? Can principals return? Can,
I have no answers, Linda.
Okay.
I'm sorry. We got this the same
you
time
heard it the
guys
same
did
time we
yesterday.
did, I know,
I
but,
mean, I haven't even seen, well, I've seen Dr. Fulton in person and talked to him till like 11 o'clock last night, but no, we have no decisions.
okay. I didn't know if your hands were tied, I guess is my question. Not more from a Shawnee, does Shawnee Mission have the ability to, let's say, prior to August 28th, PLCs might choose to come in and work? Or,
Well, I
That-
think.
and I don't expect an answer, that's the question.
Here's what I would say to that. We haven't talked about that and I don't know the answer, but I do know that our answers up to this point have been really trying to mitigate the spread as much as we can. So for example, we were getting ready to announce New Teacher Academy was going to be virtual. Our leadership retreat was going to be virtual. So we're really trying to keep large groups. Could a group of 3 PLC members meet in a building? Likely, yes, but I don't know what that looks like now. I think with the numbers increasing every day, I think there's more efforts to pull away from that again. But again, we haven't really discussed that in any like detailed format. I don't know, David, is there anything you would add to that based on the conversations that we've had? I mean, even this building, we've talked about, our report back was supposed to be Monday, and we were all starting to come back in, and now I don't even know what that looks like come Monday, but I would guess the idea is, the way I interpreted the governor, and everybody has their own interpretation, but is like, we need to really shut this thing down until after Labor Day. And so to me, that would say, let's shut it down, which would mean not having teachers come in. But again, we would have to have that discussion.
Now that we have, I guess, what people have saying, a gift of time, would it make, I think it would make sense to, schedule another session and not try to, like, push through all of this, in one day. Those are things I'm thinking about because it would be quite a feat to try to go through all 3 of our last issues, along with finishing up compensation as well.
Especially when we know how long of a night everyone, I'm sure,
Had last
trying
night. Yeah.
to deal and plan and all of that.
So, do we want to talk about scheduling? Are we done? I mean, do we want to move on to another topic from the calendar and talk about scheduling?
Yeah, it feels like you
I'm fine
would
with
probably
that.
have like another meeting, obviously, with everyone who discusses calendar, and then, have more.
So, time-wise, I think there's a couple issues. My recommendation would be that we finish out our contract at this meeting, but that when we talk about the negotiations process, we get some meetings scheduled to start the IBB process again. we have a board meeting on July 27th, and obviously what happens is we push this discussion forward, and as we push compensation forward, that holds up our ability to approve pay increase for classified staff. And our board needs to do that at the July 27th meeting. So I just want to be, if you guys don't want to finish today, we don't have to finish today, but that's going to happen at the July 27th board meeting.
We probably, I don't know how we would get ratification done before that, even if we finish today.
But you're saying they would want to approve classified?
Right.
So they wouldn't approve, I guess they wouldn't be wanting to approve certified?
And
I guess
just-
approving classified then is like, right, is connected to,
I know that can lead, I'm concerned about that leading to like negative feelings. I know how that's been perceived in the past.
If we have a TA on compensation though, if we get to that point,
It would be better, I think, if we're done with that topic.
we wouldn't be.
And that's what we're talking about, is
yeah, I was
finishing
fine
that
going
topic.
in the same order. Just,
Okay.
I don't know that we'll get through all three of those issues at the end.
Okay, so then the other challenging thing I would just say is, I know Michelle's hinted at her calendar, but we should probably actually like look at our calendars right now and see if there's a practical way to do that. But because I'm just telling you the work that has to be done by some of the individuals on this team before the school year starts is pretty intense, and our meeting schedules are pretty intense. It might have to look like shorter meetings, kind of sporadically. I don't know about, I'm just telling you, looking at my calendar, I don't know if I have the ability to commit a full day between now and the start of school, but potentially I could do some shorter meetings.
Let me jump in. I'm going to jump in with just a couple quick questions. I think Mike, and a lot went on yesterday. So Mike, I don't know if you got any update on, is there any information you all should be looking for in the next couple of days on compensation or no? That's one question. The other question, the three remaining non-economics, if you all were to look at those three issues, do they all weight equally in terms of a desire to have those addressed in the current contract year? Do any of those maybe carry over into future IBB work post ratification, or do they all need to be dealt with this year? So those are a couple questions I have for you all.
I think the NEA issue 5 about the intrusions to instructional time should be discussed, so we can kind of give a better idea of what that's all about for that one, I can say.
Okay. So a discussion on that might peel back whether or not it's a real relevant priority for now. And again, without hearing the discussion, I don't know if maybe just the fact that the change in the COVID might provide some relief there. I don't know. So that's number 5. Anybody else have thoughts on that number 5? Jill's saying that let's talk about it and then see how important it is to solve this year. What were the other two? PD?
So, I mean, we really haven't had any time to go into sort of the board's noticed issues. They're important. That's why we noticed them. The grievance procedure, time for professional development, and the negotiations process. Going back to my comments earlier, those are really important to the board. I don't know that I would say like they're time sensitive and that we have to have something done like today. I personally feel less pressure knowing that it looks like when we talk about our negotiations process, we're going to be meeting regularly. Some of these are really meaty. A grievance procedure is a huge chunk of your professional negotiated agreement, right?
Right.
So what you're able to do here is we can make minor tweaks. We can do things. It might be a topic that's worthy of like an actual kind of overhaul discussion, which takes, I think, is like, research and time and all that sort of thing. So that's where I'm saying I feel personally less pressure knowing that we're going to have the ability to meet regularly. The question is what has to be closed into this contract right now. I would, if today I feel like we need to talk about that process and solidify it. So when we leave today, we know what we're doing going forward. I think probably the other two, we could agree to have that get brought up in future meetings throughout the school year if that helps us from a schedule perspective.
Did PD come from both association and district when we started?
Yes.
Okay. What do other people think on the PD issue?
I mean, again, I know we addressed it somewhat with staff meetings, and addressing, you know, making
Anybody,
sure that we're doing PD there.
Any other folks want to weigh in on the desire to make sure that PD has a full fleshed out IBB process, or is that another one, like Jill's saying, maybe sort of talk about it and then see if it has to be resolved prior to a ratification, or does that roll into where you go from here kind of stuff?
I think,
I don't know. I guess I'm just putting out there that it feels like maybe negotiating process and the things you guys want to take from the practices that you've been using to discuss and to think about how do you continue to meet and collaborate throughout the year. That may start to be bumping up closer to the top than those three non-economics, but it sounds like Jill's saying, but let's talk about instructional time because that may still be something that needs to be really IBB, today perhaps. Does that sound right? In other words, I don't know that negotiating process drops to the bottom anymore, but I'm just kind of thinking out loud. When I've been saying drops to the bottom, meaning as the very final thing with your time frame, maybe grievance procedure and PD may be part of where you go from here, and then maybe you unpack instructional time today with economics. So I'll quit talking, see if other people are looking at that agenda and tell me what you think in terms of where you want to go from here. And also, is the calendar discussion finished at this point for now?
Yes.
I think it has to be for today until we have more information. I mean, I think more information from you all if you want to consider negotiating items that we might want to change. And then I definitely think more information from the state in regards to what that looks like, and definitely where our board is, because ultimately they approve our calendar.
if we're going to prioritize topics today, and I think we should and need to, I feel an obligation to speak to at least one of the board's noticed items. We haven't addressed any of the board's noticed items yet, except for compensation. So I would ask us to take a look at grievance. And I am excited about the opportunity to meet periodically, and I think we can address PD and everything else through those reoccurring meetings. Stephanie, you asked about any updates. I did speak with Dr. Sumner, and it looks like the first or second week of August is when the benefits committee will reconvene.
Okay. Others? Thoughts on agenda, priorities, how we spend our day? I mean, I think with Michael's answer on that, it doesn't sound like there's any reason to hold off on economics if it's something we can jump into this morning. I think we were thinking, in our best dream, there might be lots of info on benefits tomorrow. No.
I think maybe you should just temperature check as we get through the day and see. Undoubtedly, there are going to be things to continue discussing. That's where we are. I guess maybe it'll be a temperature check of, are there things that require us to leave the contract open at this point? Maybe is our question that we ask ourselves as we go through the day.
Yeah, I agree. I think we should talk about those three issues, and if we decide that they need to be fully IBB'd so that we can have something finished, or not finished, but something that needed to either have language or not have language or have a TA, that we have that we know about it and we know what needs to happen with each thing. I think professional development, at least on our end, was really making sure we had like not a grand plan, but like, an outlook on each year of like what our professional development needs to be for that building or that specific, group of teachers, if it's math or science or English, and making sure that it's really quality. And I think on the district side, it's more making sure you have enough time so that you can get your PD, provided to the staff enough for the year. So I think it's worthy of talking about. This year might be a little bit different because a lot of our PD might be around Canvas so that we can make sure we're doing our online learning as best as possible, but it's also going to be around the deep equity, because that's also a very important topic as well. So I think it's worthy of discussion for sure. I think the order, though, I'm okay with the order of how we have it laid out in the agenda.
Okay.
But you're right, I think we should look at calendar so we can put more dates on there. And we also have to ask, Stephanie as well, her calendar too.
All right. So folks, we can open calendars now if you want. And then also you all are looking at the typed agenda. And Jill, you said you're okay with the order. You all had economics up top, and then tell me the rest of your order because I'm not looking at it.
Do we need to do that? Do we need to do a calendar? I guess maybe that's part of my question. Do we want to have a facilitator? And I haven't even thought about this point yet. Do we want to have a facilitator for meetings that occur throughout the school year? And I'm truly asking because I have not thought about that. And if we wanted, Stephanie, is that a service that you provide for districts that do meet throughout the school year?
If it's continuation of IBB, I can do it in terms of, do it on a, non-charge, it's a public service, paid by taxpayer funded, right? If it's under negotiations, IBB or traditional, or if it's under labor management, meaning ongoing labor management dialogue or meetings.
I'd say
So
yes.
basically, those 3 ways we provide. But I think what you want facilitated and what you don't, it may be part of the negotiating process conversation you guys I say negotiating process, the continued collaboration conversation that you want to have. I think that's what you guys should think through. What does need to be facilitated, what not. And then also I'll tell you, a lot of districts, that starts to morph over time. Really what I see when I work with customers, school districts and non-school districts on labor management or IBB, the more you meet, the less you even notice that I'm here, frankly. I've got a couple customers that before their regular standing labor management meeting, they'll copy me on the agenda and tell me, are you able to listen in case we need some input or in case we need some direction or guidance on process, right? It's almost that subtle sometimes. I also have customers that I know that's their standing labor management meeting day, and they may call me and say, hey, we're meeting. Can you jump in real quick, right? So, you guys will morph to be more independent the more you get this process down. So I think you could say whether or not you want to have facilitation now, but I think even over the next 6 months, it'll morph into maybe less. But I think that's part of your negotiation process issue that you're wanting to get to. And I don't remember how it was stated in your issue statement.
I don't know that we're proficient enough at IBB to go out on our own yet. Not that we're incapable, but, we're going to hit bumps in the road. And I think having Stephanie there so that we're not developing bad habits that we have to try to break later.
I agree.
I agree too. It was just a question I wanted to ask. If we're looking at the calendar now, again, I think given our discussion this morning, there's a good possibility we could be ready to have a contract approved at the July 27th meeting. We may not, but just looking at the calendar, I'm wondering, do we know right now if what we're scheduling is sort of these standing IBB meetings, or is this are we anticipating that we're not going to finish, so it's a meeting to finish the contract, or do we even need to label it now?
Yeah, I don't think we can label it now because I don't know that we'll know that until
Okay.
closer to the end of today, but I think getting it on the calendar is still a good thing to do because we know we want to meet again anyway.
Yeah.
Like whether it's,
And we're gonna have things
yeah,
come up in these next couple of weeks
Yeah.
that we need
Yes.
to.
right.
Hey, you guys, just in professional learning, dawned on me too, as we talk about priorities for the year, just a reminder, we have 6 hours of state mandated dyslexia training that also has to happen for every single staff member this year.
Okay.
Do we know, is there like, Stephanie, how frequently for the teams that do standing, what is the frequency that they meet?
Really, I only have two that do standing IBB. One is like, last Thursday of the month, and one was weekly for a while, and now they're just sort of finished their contract and taken off for the summer. So it kind of morphs depending on what they think they've got on their agenda.
I think weekly.
And now they've morphed that into more like a weekly smaller group that meets on COVID every Monday.
Okay.
So it's just all different, Rachel. Really customize it to you, what feels as though you guys have on your plate, and the timeliness that it needs, I'd say. But I am able to look at my calendar. Maybe if everyone looked, you could start to see, is there a trend in terms of particular days that seem to be most open for people, and then think about frequency, and then maybe make your final decision when you see sort of what's left at the end of the day, and or it sounds like you guys are going to be needing, I don't know, your communication around the delayed start time or the COVID could, right? I think this, you don't have a huge committee. So when I say you could meet as a smaller group, truth is you are a smaller group. But, so there's just do what feels right for this group, guys. And if it feels like you're doing something that I don't get it, or it seems way out there or not helpful, I'd let you know my thought on that. But
I'm just thinking of the day, like our meeting schedules are crazy to try and coordinate the four of us. So I was just thinking, I started having thoughts around board meetings, that those are regular dates on the calendar.
And when school starts, teachers won't have availability daytime, correct? Half this committee we lose for the day.
Right. I would anticipate it would be after school.
But I mean, even if we just blocked off like 2-3 hours, we can chunk through pieces. I don't think we have to try to resolve a full issue.
No, that's the benefit of to me, like, I think that's the benefit of having regular meetings, is you take the time pressure off, and you have the space of time of like the great ideas that have happened, or the ability to have more time to do research or pull samples or things like that. So I don't know.
I do kind of like the
what
idea
day
of,
did
like,
you
the
all
last
say
Thursday of the
that
month or something.
Yeah.
I didn't hear what you said,
I
Jay.
was saying, I kind of like the idea of the last like Thursday of the month or whatever. I don't know what.
I mean, if Stephanie's meeting with someone else on the last Thursday of the month, we can't do that.
I just said I kind of like the idea of something like that.
Something like that, right. Well, actually, that last Thursday of the month group, I'm not always with. Let me look at my calendar. But is there, other than Thursday, is there a better day? And also, what time would you all be looking at once, in terms of the next 2 weeks, and then once school starts?
I mean, you two are the last. I don't know when.
I'm done at
get,
3:30.
Yeah,
4:15 on Tuesdays.
Jill and I, for us to get here at 3, would be leaving right when the kids do.
Okay, so
I'm just down the street.
what would be the earliest that the last person out of school could be here?
Probably 4.
4?
I mean, I'm literally 30 seconds away. So
Well, I
probably
don't know.
ask me.
I know that you don't always get to leave at.
Yeah. Yeah, I would say probably 4, unless we do it on a Tuesday, then it would need to be
4:30.
4:30. I don't know how long it takes you to.
And I'm gonna have
get there.
childcare problems much after 5 on a lot of days.
I think doing it on a non-Tuesday would be
Okay.
easier.
Oh,
I don't know what people's like.
And I would think you wouldn't want to do Friday nights, so you may want to, right?
I think probably like a Wednesday,
Uh-huh.
maybe. I don't know what other people's Wednesdays look like.
Does it make sense? Again, I'm just thinking of months like where we have Thanksgiving and Christmas, that if you put it at the last Wednesday, then you miss a meeting. That's why I was thinking of our board meeting schedule to say like the Wednesday after the board meeting or something like that, if that helps at all.
But
No,
Well, I would prefer to not do board meeting week.
week, do
Because
it a
then
different
I'm
week.
out 2 nights. I mean,
Right, so our board meetings are the second and or the second and fourth Monday of every month.
So you guys would want to be either the first or the third week of the month, and
The third
Lindsay's
Thursday.
kind of saying maybe Wednesday. What would that look like for folks? The first or third week of every month on a Wednesday? Or are you saying first and third? Do you think once a month, or is that going to
Third.
depend upon?
Just one,
We could always add.
yeah.
We can always add, like right now, we're gonna have to add like maybe we put this on and we might be looking at meeting more than the first Wednesday of August, certainly.
So let me just clarify sort of the difference between lots of clients do monthly labor management meetings, right? They're trying to get out ahead of grievance issues. They're trying to be proactive about things that may be coming up in their industry, right, or in the workplace. They may have standing update kind of things. Sometimes they seem to have like, a project thing they're taking on around a change in the workplace, right? So that is more sort of standing labor management meetings. What makes it ongoing IBB is the work that you do doesn't have to be contractual work, but the work that you do could result in TAs that go in a folder for your next contract. Right, so that's kind of the difference between standing labor management, which is pretty darn open, right? Standing labor management usually don't end in TAs, right? But standing or ongoing IBB has the potential of, knowing you're going to IBB the issues versus just talk about them, that more structured, and you could be doing a TA, perhaps in your October 2020 standing IBB meeting, that gets ratified your next school year, right? It just goes in your TA folder. Maybe it's not going to go into effect until then, right? So I want to just back up and clarify, ongoing labor management is much less structured in terms of the IBB process, and it doesn't really result in TA. So it sounds like you do want to do ongoing IBB. Am I right about that?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
And meeting at, 4 p.m. does obviously pose issues for like childcare and stuff. And so, I mean, I can work with that, I know it's difficult, but like, if it's a once a month thing, I am willing to, I can find,
If it's regular,
Thanks.
that's helpful.
'cause I'm sure John too,
Yeah.
or anyone else who has kids, like all of us.
Well, I'm a sponsor that meets Wednesday afternoons too, so.
Oh, okay.
I don't know.
So Wednesday not good.
Yeah.
Okay.
well,
I mean, if it's,
4:15 would be the earliest probably I could get here.
What are you have an obligation
Yeah,
until?
I'm a math club sponsor. at my
Oh,
family.
good for you. Well, I mean, first Monday would be an option, maybe, because that wouldn't be a board meeting.
yeah, Mondays aren't so great because we've got our association meetings, like our exec board and then our rep council, 2 Mondays a month, plus you guys have the
Right.
board meetings
But
are
if we're
later.
not doing the last Thursday of the month, I think other Thursdays could work.
First
Yeah.
Thursday of the month?
Yeah, first or third Thursday, yeah.
We could do that.
I
Or
don't
I
have a
can.
preference between first or third.
I think just,
Are we in the third? So, and at the end of the day, you all may do a follow-up next week around any loose ends pre or post ratification. That's not really your standing meeting on any given day. But if you were to start these, would you start then in August?
Possibly.
Yeah, I mean, I would be willing, I think we're gonna have to have some, well, I guess first we need to check all of our calendars and see.
August 6th,
Or the 20th.
Yeah.
if we're doing the first, yeah.
Well, yeah.
Or the third would be the 20th.
Let me. And then are you guys thinking about going 2 or 3 hours?
Well, if school hasn't started up yet, yeah, we can easily go 2 or 3.
August 6th, I'm in Topeka all day. I guess that's maybe another question we should have about what our norm is going to be. I mean, I think once we get these on the calendar, there should not be, you should respect those and not double book yourself or whatever. But what our standard might be if somebody can't attend because, let's say someone's ill, do we cancel the meeting and reschedule it? Do we say, well, we're just going to continue anyway?
Is virtual okay?
Is virtual okay to participate? I mean, I think we should make a commitment that when those are on our calendar, they're on our calendar. But, there will be instances with that frequency of meetings that someone's going to be sick or something. So I personally think with a group this large, if someone's sick, that probably doesn't necessitate rescheduling, because if we have one person representing, let's say the board down, you still have 3 people there.
Or they virtual.
Or they come in virtually. Although if you're sick, I would think, I would encourage rest. But maybe you just don't have, it's whatever. Maybe you have a sick kid, for example, and you can still participate.
So should we look at
2 or 3
third?
from each side represents a quorum. I don't know.
That's a good idea. As long as a quorum of the representatives are there, which would be 3.
And you guys will know if you're on a topic that someone is sort of a subject matter expert on and they're sick, you're going to adjust your agenda.
Right.
Should we look at the third Thursdays?
That's the 20th.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wait, August.
So are you all still on August 6th or 20? Is that what?
Yeah, we're looking
I
at
had
the
my head down for a
20th.
second.
August 6th, I wouldn't be back in town until about 4:30, but I could do the 20th. Not that we should let, I made that comment because I don't know if we want to let our first meeting dictate, the fact that someone's unavailable dictate how we schedule it. But if it doesn't matter either way.
Are there, if you look at the future months, does the first or third week feel better in terms of standing items or bumping up against holidays that might?
I've checked, none of them, the first nor the third, are bad for holidays. The only one would be December 17th. That's the third Thursday. But other than that, the third Thursday in November is not Thanksgiving. And then it's the Thursday before. So.
I mean, I like the 3rd.
I like the 3rd better also.
It's looking better for me too.
Okay.
Cool.
I mean, and that's our standing one. It doesn't
And
mean
what
we
time
can't
did we
throw
say?
another one in between.
Right.
I think it was at 4.
I mean, that first one, we could go a little earlier just because,
Oh, that's true. We won't have,
and then going forward from there, we'll need to start at 4.
Yeah, I could do any time on the 20th that everyone's available.
20th, I'm open.
yep.
In fact, we can
9?
Yeah, we can do our typical thing on the 20th, and use whatever time we need. Now, I suspect we're gonna have to meet potentially before that,
I agree.
but I think that's good for a standing time.
So a plan typically 4 to whenever, but then on the 20th of August, we'll start at 9.
Yes, and I can go ahead and have Melissa Moore send out calendars to everybody. So if you're starting to go through and do that, I'll just go ahead and have her go put that. I'll send her, everyone in this room and Stephanie, a calendar invite.
In that meeting for on the 20th, 9 to,
We
are
don't
you
know
doing all
yet.
day or 9 to noon?
I mean, I can keep myself free until 3 if we think we might need that much time, although it sounds like we're gonna have to add before that anyway.
I just inherently blocked out 9 to 1. I don't have anything else scheduled, but I think it's easier. I know there's gonna be a lot of stuff going on, so maybe fitting as much in a shorter amount of time might be better. I do think that we need to also look at a date before then to try and see if we can get something put in.
Right.
But then going forward, 4 to 6, or, just have that in. if we get finished before that, we get finished before that.
I can block off the whole day on August 20th, or not, I mean, either way. I guess, also we should ask Stephanie, what's your August 20th?
Yeah, no, I have our annual, or every other year, is that biannual or semi-annual? Our FMCS national conference usually is in Chicago. It's virtual the week of the 17th. So the day of Thursday, the 20th, I should probably be plugged into that most of the day. I could cut out of it probably by 2 or 3, but I probably need to be engaged with it in the morning and until after lunch
Okay,
on
then.
Thursday.
I think we should just stick with that 4 to 6. We don't know exactly what getting ready for school is going to be looking like that close to a week back.
Well, or I think we could push it to 3,
Yeah,
because, you know, we got the extra time. But yeah,
Lindsay, your last name's Atchison.
Atchison, yeah.
Thank you. Just want to make sure, not sending calendar invites to some other person.
so did you catch that, Stephanie, on August 20th?
You're saying 3 on Thursday, the 20th?
yeah.
August 20th
Yeah.
from 9 a.m.
No, no,
That's
she
fine
just
for me.
said that she has a big conference that's virtual,
Oh.
that, so she
3
can
to-
meet at like 3 on the
Yeah, I mean,
20th.
I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, truth is, if once the schedule comes out and we really don't know what that virtual conference looks like because it's never been done virtual, I'm not presenting at it. You just sort of sign up for different workshops and there's lots of time between and there's social rooms. So if it looks like my Thursday, the 20th, you know, well before then, the good week or 2 before then, if that workshop is looser than we think it is, my 20th may be open before 3. But at this point, I better, you know, stick with being available for that virtual conference until 3.
Okay.
You know, if it opens up, you know, or I get a better picture of what that conference will look like virtually, I'll let you know if it opens up for me a little bit for you all on the 20th. But right now, I think I better designate my day with that conference.
Do we need to look at either the week of the 3rd or the week of the 10th? Or even the 27th?
You mean if you're looking at trying to do an all day before?
No, I'm just thinking of
They-
between now and the 20th,
Oh,
we probably have some things that we need to talk about. So if there's
So-
like the end of July or those first 2 weeks of August, we want to put another one on our calendar. It wouldn't be a standing, but
right. But for right now, do I want to hold that Thursday, the 20th, standing, starting at 3 p., even if you guys need to start later or?
Yeah, I
Yes.
mean, after that
Okay.
first one, we probably won't be starting till 4, just because we have members that couldn't get over here till that time.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and put Shawnee Michigan first standing IBB Thursday, the 20th. I'm going to open my calendar up for you all at 3 for your first standing IBB on Thursday, August 20th.
Correct.
Okay, and now Lindsay, you were saying, what were you thinking looked like a good meeting prior to your first standing meeting?
I'm just thinking probably next week. I don't know what it looks like, but we've got basically a month between now and the 20th that we probably should put at least one more on the calendar because I'm assuming we need to have more discussions about just school reopening things.
So Michelle, when do you think we might be even ready to have that discussion? Because I don't want to get it on the calendar, then our calendars fill up around it, but then it's premature. Does that make sense? But we're going to have to find that sweet spot because we can't go too late either, then we can't plan for the school year.
I would suggest at least the week of the 27th. I wouldn't do it next week. Well, I only say that because we have a board meeting on the 27th, and if we need to have a calendar, the sooner we really need to get a calendar to parents and teachers, for that matter, everybody involved. We're going to have to make a decision on a calendar. And if we don't go to the board on August 27th, I don't know when the next one is. I would have to look. I don't even know if I have those on my calendar yet. Let me see if they're published yet on our website.
Guys, do remember, I've got 2 full virtual trainings with another customer all day Thursday, 29th and 30th. I think I'd mentioned those are big blockout dates for me.
Okay.
So maybe
So
the-
August 10th and the 24th, so I'm going to guess we're going to want a calendar out by the 27th. So that means probably next week.
I can't do next week live. I know y'all are a team, but I could video in for that if you need me.
Okay.
I'm supposed to be
Kevin's on vacation,
next
too.
week.
Next week is the week of the 20th, is that correct?
That's correct.
So do we want to do the 28th?
I thought you were saying meeting before the 27th. Us meeting before the 27th.
If we're looking at the board approving a
I don't think we're
calendar.
going to wait till August 10th to approve a school calendar.
Right.
I'm just guessing.
Special meeting to approve the calendar?
I don't get to speak for that.
In theory,
I don't think we can survey our staff in the next 3 days and get that information back, our members. I think with summer being gone, summer people not tuning in as much, we can, but I don't know. I have no idea what the calendar looks like, so I guess it depends on how dramatic we're talking about.
Well, I think how dramatic would kind of, or how big of a change would be from you guys, because I think we would probably just plan to roll it.
3 weeks. Yeah.
When you took away all the late starts, did that remove any days? How many days did that add up to, like 1, 2?
I'd have to look.
Okay.
I don't think we changed the number of student days, though. We just had extra minutes, but we still had kids attending the same amount of days.
It's an hour and 10 minutes every week. So it would be similar to like adding 15 minutes every day. I would think.
I'm not thinking that hard.
I can meet next week.
I
know you're on.
mean,
If we want to take a break for 15 minutes or so, I can try to get an answer, but
About if the board could have like an emergency meeting? Is that what you mean?
Or
I mean,
just-
we haven't even broached that topic of how we might do it from the timeline yet.
yeah, I mean,
And I
just
think
like,
Mike would
what
have-
would be
Dr.
the
Fullman
ideal
have to-
goal to get a calendar out, I think is the question. Not necessarily what the calendar looks like, but, I mean, as a
The
parent, I'm
target.
going to want to plan as, teachers are going to need to know about childcare. I mean, you've got,
all stakeholders would be,
yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
it's significant.
Right,
I mean, I think parents now know that they've got kids until September 9th, but
right.
teachers are asking a lot of questions. Do we still report? Do we not still report? I think we're going to have to get answers to those questions pretty quickly.
Right.
yes.
So to me, that sounds like we need to meet next week.
I don't have any problem meeting next week.
Yeah, no, it does. It does sound like that.
I mean, the concern is that feedback just can't be gathered well in that short of a time
It
period.
depends on what day we meet next week, I would think.
Okay, well,
It also depends on what kind of feedback we need. I mean,
we should probably also talk about coordinated, I mean, I know seeking staff input is something that's always important as districts making decisions, so we would just want to make sure we don't send out a survey and you guys send out a survey asking the same questions. Coordinated
Yeah.
gathering effort probably makes sense.
I think people are going to.
sometimes we have different,
I can't hear you. I had two in my head.
I think we have the ability to get feedback from our members,
Yeah,
so. For the negotiating parts.
Right.
That's what I'm talking about.
I mean, parents will have opinions too. Obviously, it's important to the district to know that we're sending the message that we want that, we want that information. We haven't even had time to figure out what information's needed.
Yeah, time to think about.
I also think we have to think about what the remainder of this year looks like, because if we are in a hybrid model or a virtual model, I mean, I don't know what other people think about this, but I think adding time to students' day on a virtual schedule is probably not, well, it's definitely not best for learning. I mean, we'd be better off to have additional days than to try to extend a virtual day. That's just, I mean, think about us on virtual meetings. It's a struggle to go that many hours a day.
So it sounds like maybe we need to schedule a meeting for next week and also talk about what we would ask in a survey.
How do, let's say we are virtual, let's say we are off for some reason, an extended period in the winter. If there's snow days, do we keep going? Like if it would have been called a snow day and we're virtual, are there any concerns, I guess, about people losing power, internet capability on those days? That's a question for there, because we do have those 4 built-in days. If we're virtual or have the ability to be virtual, how does that play into that? Because if we end up with no snow days and you take days off, you're going to be messing with that calendar again.
Well, we would just end early though,
Yes.
which is what we've typically done, right?
Yeah.
Historically.
We can always reschedule. Maybe we should just hold the time on our calendar so we have it
Well,
for
yeah,
next week.
but I know that there was a talk, and I don't remember if it was in this group or not, that the board would have to, but if we're in virtual anyways, I don't see how that changes. I'm just speaking as I think. Oh.
So do we want to look at like the 23rd? That would give us a full week to try to survey stakeholders.
Stephanie?
Yeah, I was going to say, let me jump in there. So the 20th is totally open for me, but I would need to maybe do a half-hour call at 10 o'clock. So the 20th is totally open. 21st just opened up. I had something canceled the day of the 21st, so I'm totally open there. And then the 22nd is totally open. I've got a call I can schedule during y'all's lunch if you're thinking you do a full day. The 23rd is the one day I am off work for a whole day meeting. Now, well, I mean, I'll have to tell you, that was I was volunteering at a golf tournament and now I'm post-op and I don't know if I still can, to tell you the truth. So if 23rd is the only thing you guys have, it wouldn't kill me to not volunteer at that golf tournament, tell you the truth.
I was just
I know,
throwing out a
just
day.
thinking out loud.
I'm totally open next week, so.
Okay, so 20, 21, 22, but if you got to do 23rd, I'm probably maybe going to end up bailing on that tournament anyway. And I'm open the 24th.
I want to hear from the people who actually have things on the calendar.
Yeah.
My only option.
I'm not open on the,
I look at my calendar and I'm like, yeah,
Is
I'm a
the
winner.
24th off?
the 24th is out for me.
Me too. My only option is the morning of the 23rd.
Okay.
Let's do that.
Let me make sure, guys.
Now, I don't know who was laughing.
I'm not sure Rachel can do that.
Hang on.
Nope, sorry.
Hang on.
I
Let me
was
see if I
supposed
can
to-
move something.
You guys, I kept it open because I don't know if because she initially said 4 to 6 weeks she wasn't going to let me work. She let me go to work at 2. So that is why I have a light calendar. Got to defend myself on that.
The morning of July 23rd, starting at what time?
9, 8:30, I don't know. God, that,
I can do 9. I can do
Okay.
that.
Could you do the morning, Stephanie, of July 23rd?
I can.
Again, I'm making this list, so I'll have my assistant send everybody.
Are we talking like 9 to noon?
I think that's good.
Okay.
We going face to face? Virtual?
Uh,
Sorry, throw another question.
Someone's sending an invite, right?
Yes.
I would think just this setup again.
I'll be available by phone and because I don't think I can zoom in on you all, but I can probably listen
In-
via YouTube.
Yeah,
And so you can call me if there's anything
Yeah.
that you would need. I think you all can do it, so just if it was a matter of,
Yeah.
I don't know,
yep.
something that I would need to do in my president capacity to help facilitate it. Otherwise, I'll just listen in on YouTube.
And negotiation meetings are open under the Professional Negotiation Act. So if we get to a time where social distancing, when we get to a time when social distancing is not an issue, we wouldn't have to do this setup. We could just make sure we were in a space that had space for anyone who wanted to participate.
I like the setup.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Just far enough that me and Mike don't play footsie.
Okay, so
So I'm
I
holding
have.
the morning-
Cherish this additional time, Jay.
Go ahead, Rachel, what have you got? I want to make sure I got mine right
Okay, so
here.
this is what I'm sending to get calendar items out to everyone in this room plus Stephanie. July 23rd from 9 o'clock to noon. Thursday, August 20th from 3 to 6 p.m. Every third Thursday for the month of September 2020 through May 2021. We can always extend those after that time period from 4 to 6 p.m. And that the location for all meetings, at least as of right now, is here. And I assume you'd participate virtually, Stephanie.
Well, until something changes, yeah.
Oh, Joe, I'll copy you on this email just so you have it.
Okay.
Okay.
Awesome.
The nice thing about that is that I think that takes care of some of a portion of our discussion on the, negotiations process. So.
Okay. And then the meeting on the 23rd is really just revisiting the changing calendar and any other carryover that we don't finish today that needs to be talked about. Is that right?
Correct.
I think so.
Okay. Okay, time check 10:06, and I know you all generally lunch at 11:30. I am going to take a 15-minute break at 1 o'clock today, if that's okay, just to jump onto my team call since I've been off work. I'm just going to jump on and show my face that I'm back for my team. So if we could make a note from 1 to 1:15, we can take a restroom break or whatever. But in terms of this morning, I think next on y'all's calendar was jumping back into compensation. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I think, Jay, you were doing the screen sharing yesterday that had our eyes on. Who was doing that?
Jay,
It was Mike.
I'd like to request
Is
a
it me? Go ahead.
quick
Yeah, 'cause
bathroom
I
break.
was-
Yeah, can we take
Yeah,
a,
we'll take a breath.
Bathroom.
Because I do mine on my iPad, I can't.
Actually, I think I was sharing it.
Well,
Whatever. Doesn't
either
matter.
way,
Yeah.
I know that you shared it when we
I did
presented.
initially, but yeah, I think it was Joe.
Oh, I see.
Doesn't matter.
Okay, it's 10:05. I'll see you guys. Do you want 10 minutes?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
See you at 10:15.
me share.
If you want to have some just discussion, if there were any thoughts that you had last night or this morning that you want to share before we sort of get that screen in front of us, just sort of hop in. And there we have the screen, which may zone us back into.
Sorry.
I was gonna say that looked.
Yeah,
Okay.
did yours show up all wonky?
Oh, it did?
It fixed itself, but at first I was like, whoa, how did you do that?
That's a lot of windows.
Yeah, I was thinking more back at the discussion of the middle school admin, that not including it in this budget, just, the nature of not knowing what the year's going to look like, and we have some priorities that we really want to focus on, which is getting teachers from 6 to 5, and it seems as though if it needs to happen, it will happen anyway. So to justify to bargaining unit that we budgeted some of the money from salary increases for a middle school admin when it was most likely already going to come or, be hired anyway from a different source, or would not fly, I guess. And I think Michelle even was talking about it's really important, but we know that this school year is going to be a little bit different, and if it really has to happen, it will. So I'd be comfortable taking that down to 0. But then, increasing maybe somewhere else, like the 6 to 5 area.
I would also like to kind of begin by maybe pulling back an initial suggestion that I made on the health insurance. After looking at your comment, I think was a really good one, Lindsay, about how with some of the plans, it may skew the incentive and mess things up for the benefits committee. So I'm wondering if we need to revisit that, just applying that 7.8% across the board without full knowledge. Maybe it's a better use to take the other suggestion that team had and to apply any overages or whatever the term may be to the 5 to 7.
So making it say that health insurance would be up to 7.8%, and if it doesn't reach that, the leftover money that was budgeted in there for a 7.8% increase would be allocated to help fund teachers going from 6 to 5.
I would just like to throw, yes.
Help fund the
Yes.
cost of FTEs.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that,
I like that
what
too.
you just said, Jill.
And I would put at a minimum, that amount would go.
Well, I
Under-
think they've written it in the past is that they base it on an increase up to a certain percent based on the HMO, not to exceed that.
So then once that comes in, will we need to meet again so we can say the exact amount that's going to be added to the monthly contribution?
Yeah, I'm fair with that.
Because we'll need to know the exact amount to type that into our
Yeah.
negotiated
Well-
agreement, because it usually says like a exact dollar amount that will be contributed monthly.
How have we done that in the past when we've
We've
settled it?
known
Okay.
usually,
This is
so,
the only time we haven't
yeah.
known.
Okay.
We knew what the increase would be, so then we negotiated a specific dollar amount that would be contributed to a health care plan.
I mean, I could draft language that addresses that doesn't require some sort of re-ratification. That would say like up to 7.8% or dollar amount, but in no event exceeding the increase to the individual health insurance premium for the lowest cost plan, or something like that.
So kind of like a
But
placeholder
it's,
within.
yeah.
I've got a quick
ahead.
question for my just knowledge. Jill, you said you've known before. I have a question. Have you always known before because you were bargaining later, or because the health info was known earlier?
The health info was known earlier, like the benefits committee, I think
Okay.
usually met like in April, May.
Okay.
And so by the time we started talking negotiations in June and July, they had an idea of what the increase would be.
Okay. Got you. Thank you.
I mean, at some point, we would need to put in our negotiated agreement what the dollar amount is that the district contributes. Because like that's how it's stated right now. It's like the district contributes $694 per month to a health. So I mean, I feel like at some point we would
So the language that you
need to
write,
know that.
the language you would potentially write, Rachel, could it allow us to retroactively go back in and insert a specific number into?
We
the
could
P&L?
say the specific dollar amount the parties mutually agree that this specific dollar amount will be included in addendum or amendment attachment or something like that. Yeah.
I'm just clarifying what I heard you say from across the room, but if it doesn't exceed the amount of the premium of the HMO or?
So tell me if this makes sense to you guys. This is what I'm thinking so that we don't get boxed in. Something like the district will exceed its contribution to professional employees' health insurance premium by up to 7.8% or whatever, $50, whatever that is. But in no event will the district's contribution exceed the increase to the individual health insurance, the increase in the individual health insurance premium for the lowest cost plan.
No, that can't be right, because we already do that. Because the lowest cost plan being
Is less
the
than.
high deductible, they actually, the
Yeah.
contribution that the district
Exceeds.
pays
That's it.
goes into their HSA.
So like
it
my plan
can't,
costs less than what the district contributes.
You just based it on the HMO. You wouldn't throw in the.
Based it on the age.
that's what I wanted.
Okay,
I figured,
got it.
you know,
I'm
we're all
sorry.
talking weird things, but I just wanted to clarify because,
It's
the indiv-
basically 7.8%, $62, or the lesser amount based on the HMO plan.
Okay, and then if we feel like we need to reference what that ends up being, I can build in language that say the parties mutually agree that at the time that that amount is decided, an addendum stating that amount will be added to this contract.
that'd be,
And it would be,
Added to and incorporated into this contract.
and it would be the increase, the 7.8% increase on the premium amount. It wouldn't be like 7.8% of what the district's contributing now. It'd be 7.8% of the premium, because it might, okay,
Yeah, the $62 is.
Right.
Is on the.
okay.
So it'd be the lesser of the actual amount or $62.
And then we would add language also, if the team agrees to go with the second sort of creative option, we'd add, of course, language memorializing that as well. If you wanted to, we could do a TA, but I could draft language. And I could work on that over lunch or something so we could come back and look at it and see how it reads. My thought on the other option we discussed is I actually feel like if that's a creative solution going forward, maybe, I think we don't have enough information to know what potential like potholes that might have. But I think it could be something that the benefits committee like talks about and perhaps gives us like guidance or parameters on. If potentially that's a creative solution that could be used in the future, should we find ourselves in a time situation again like we are right now where we don't have all the information.
My other thing is that when I did the team budget with Russ, 1.5 was like my kind of, I don't know if you want to say like low option. And so I would really like to see a average between 1.5 and 1.4, 1.5 and 1.4 on the base increase. It's just easier to sell to the bargaining unit. Base increases help everybody, especially that, was it 30 or 40% of the people that are on a step
It's like
where
40 now.
it won't move them to a higher salary.
Yeah, I think if we're using the extra money, or, the excess money from what we're allocating to health insurance to help fund 6 to 5, then putting that money on the base increase would make the most sense.
I think, my comment again, going back to the board's interest, is their interest was to fully fund 5 out of 7 because of their commitment to the community made, through our bargaining processes. And in terms of us having to go back and sell to our representatives, I have a lot of work to do, you guys. And we're deficit spending this. That's another,
Well, and so the deficit spending wouldn't technically happen until the 21-22 year, but yes, I mean, because you're putting the money in, the money for the 5 out of 7 into your ending fund balance, and then using it the next year, right, to hire.
Well, we would be deficit spending 56,000 because in theory, we would take 920 and set that aside.
Okay,
and
Does that make sense?
yeah.
Okay.
I have to go back to the admin too, because that, again, the board expressed to me that a minimum of 1 was extremely important. This doesn't build that in. And that, again, the issue of carrying forward that problem. We're looking at needing to add that. We're looking at needing to add social workers as we go forward. Those are reoccurring costs that have to be built in going forward.
Sure, I think that we won't be able to
We're kicking the can on so
comment.
many things.
I don't think we'll be able to include everything. I think we got to find the way to balance it as best we can. I think having 12 in there, 12 FTEs is a really good start, and it shows that we really care about that topic and trying to get both things to happen, an increase to the base so that the 40% of our bargaining unit will see an increase is really important to have. And so is having those teachers, those FTEs allotted for, budgeted for. So it's like trying to find, a good balance of them.
And the difference between 1.4% and 1.45% is $90,000.
Yeah, I don't know why I feel like there was a lot of room, or we gave us everything that we could on the move toward 5 out of 7. I was concerned leaving here yesterday, and I'm still concerned, which is why I asked the question.
When we look at those 3 options, we went with 12 right now we have in there, because that was kind of the middle option. And so that's why I wanted to also look at what would be a middle option for an increase to the base between our 3 teams' plans. And you had...
I see this as a middle option, I think is where my mindset is. We went through the exercise in my group of if we fully fund 5 out of 7, we went through the exercise in my group of there's still a base increase. It's not what it is right now. But we went through that exercise of if we fully fund 5 out of 7, we're not choosing or, there would still be a base increase.
But
It would look like about 1.2.
And in our group, we talked about that we don't think that that's ratifiable.
Right, I understand that, absolutely. And that's a discussion that we had.
And all 3 groups show a deficit spending. In the yellow boxes is a whole lot less than 2 of the groups that all members of the groups agreed on before we came back and did presentations.
And that's where I'd like to go back to the fact that, I think this is a big ask of Rachel and our team to go back to our board and to ask them to deficit spend at any level when they're, giving a base, trying to allocate for staff workload reductions. All of this, I think it's a huge ask. And I'll go back, and I know I sound like a broken record, but for us to not fully fund the 5 out of 7, we're stating that we're putting that at risk for future years. As the chair of that committee, I feel like I need to represent them because there is a deep, deep commitment to get that done. And to say that we're going to put that at risk to give some additional to the base, that's concerning to me.
I guess I'm kind of confused because I feel like my team and Team 3, when we met, we were okay with presenting an option that deficit spent $200,000, and now it feels like maybe that's not okay anymore. And so I just if it wasn't okay, then it shouldn't have been okay to present. As kind of where my
I'll speak for
confusion
Team
is.
3, and where I'm never okay with the deficit spending. It's just where we landed. And if I recall, Stephanie told us to come back with a proposal, not the proposal, or not to come in and fight for our proposal, but that where we landed, and that's where Team 3 landed.
Our number was different too, because we had some
Yeah, we were
confusion.
operating on that higher number, so
I think we had a deficit, but it was only
34,000 or something, I think.
Yeah.
Does that sound right?
around,
It was really minimal because we had not removed that other number, and so I don't want to say from a team 3, from my perspective, that I'm okay with deficit, because I was not.
Okay, that's where I said I needed some clarification.
And I'm not either, and please don't take offense to this comment, as I don't mean it that way. I don't think it's right to cherry pick numbers. I don't know if that's the right terminology, but, you know, you could pick anything and say, well, it's just 90,000, or it's just this, or it's just that. The numbers are the numbers. I think we just need to try to make them work.
Anyone who's not really weighed in yet this morning much have any additional insight and or thoughts you'd like to share? I do want to ask, there was some conversation, only because I keep little side notes here that I end up sort of throwing away after a few days, but my little side note said somewhere your TA was to reflect, or your economic agreement was supposed to reflect something about a potential. Did that make it over into this draft column we're working on, the idea of a potential one-time bonus? Is that somewhere here? And does that help a little bit with the, I don't want to say politics, because it's, you know, it's $90,000 over, I don't know, half your, spread out over maybe 40% of your bargaining unit. But does, you know, when you talk about the difference between the 1.4 and 1.5, meaning it's 90,000. But does, you know, that concept or that recognition of, you know, teachers' commitment and the commitment to see if that can be done based on where the money lands later, does that help with your ratification in a way that might, you know, not require you so much to go up by that 0.5? And where did you guys land on that concept yesterday?
I don't think we fully talked about it yet. And I'd definitely be open to that discussion, because a huge challenge this year is the unknowns. So I would be open to having that discussion of what that could potentially look like.
Yeah, I would love to have that discussion as well. So like if we're in a better position at the end of the year and we have a bigger surplus because we had whatever happened, you know, building shut, then,
Talked
Is it on
about it.
ours?
It's on
Yeah.
ours.
I think
I
we
think
have it on
all three
ours.
groups
Let me
ended
see
up
if I can
having
find
something
what I
like
wrote.
that.
All right, was it in
I
a
know that two
column
other
or was
groups
it
did.
verbiage?
I think
And
we just
while
didn't
someone's
put it in
looking,
our
I'm going to
draft.
step away real quick and use the rest.
Well,
Go on without me, though. I'll return.
I know, I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna get a little bit on it, it's 56 right now, as it is. If we weren't to change anything, just hear me out, and it didn't go bad, we could meet and agree that we use the money that we have to fully fund, you know, the 5, and then look at that money that is still left and doing the stimulus check with the air quotes. I think, I mean, to me, if we can't sell something along that lines, then we're in trouble.
I'm very concerned about the 5 out of 7, you guys.
I think
That's-
12's a good starting number though, because that's way more than half, and you did have, you know, some surplus this last year. I know that's not budgeted, but then, I mean, in 22, 23, you're going to have to budget anyway, you know, the 17.5 teachers.
I know, you're right, Jill, you're absolutely right. I don't want our team to be sitting here when we're not where we're having to have the or discussion. That's a terrible discussion point to have to be at.
For everybody.
Right? I don't want us to have to say or, so that's why budgeting this year is really important. I'm super hopeful we won't. It'd have to be a fairly bad financial scenario for us to have to be having that discussion of what we do.
Well, and if that were
But-
the case, we wouldn't even, we'd have to not hire as many teachers, right? We wouldn't even be, we have to cut back on that part of it, so we wouldn't even be hiring.
I mean, if it goes really as bad as it is, I mean, we're gonna be rift potentially? I mean,
if it goes
That's-
that bad, I feel like
I would-
6 to 5 is out the window.
yeah, I mean,
Anyway.
I don't think we can hedge, if it goes as bad as the, worst
worst
case
position.
scenario here, we're gonna be in a spot where nobody likes it. We're all gonna be hosed.
So I added the language that we had on our sheet. I'm just putting it there for discussion purposes, but that's what we had on our proposal.
Can you slide up, Jill,
Yeah,
so I can see what she wrote? Yeah.
Can the screen go bigger, Jill? Are you full screen already?
I think you can make it full screen on your side.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I can too.
Oh, yeah, I see. Thanks.
I'd prefer that the stimulus monies be like put on the salary schedule. So like it would, instead of like a one-time check, it would be like adding I guess it would be as much as like 0.1% or,
Well, and I think, honestly, I mean, I agree, but I also think that that's a discussion.
right, to have at that
to
time.
have at that time.
Right.
That also commits the money for the future, though, and
Yes,
that's,
does.
and I think that's
and
why.
that's what we're not going to be able to do.
Well, and I think that's the discussion we have at the time.
Yeah.
We could not, obviously, that's a mandatory, compensation's a mandatorily negotiable topic. So we would have to go through the IBB process, have a discussion about it. And to Jay's comment, we'd have this same discussion for any additional money in terms of allocation of 5 out of 7 versus payment out. So that would be part of any of that discussion.
Correct.
I would anticipate, Russ is a part of our team. We have meetings scheduled that we would be giving regular budget updates, just like he provides throughout the school year. So we could be watching it and then deciding as a team if and when it's time to formally reopen that discussion.
I get your point, Jill, and I think I get the perspective of adding it to the salary schedule. That's of course a concern for the board, I think. The advantage we talked about as a group was, and we'd have to define what the stimulus check process would look like and so on, but I know in other districts, they looked at doing that bonus or stimulus like in December, if we can, if we can, in May, if we can. And so it's that, holiday presents, summer camps, for staff. So, there's some inherent advantages of that too. So.
I think, move up so I'm actually speaking into the microphone. I think that we need to take a poll of how it currently is now, of if you can stand behind it, if you can be okay with it, or you can't. And laying forth, as it is right now, one step to the base, 1.4, 7.8 insurance, funding 12, understanding the things that we've talked about, that health increase up to 7.8. If it's less than that, that would go towards funding teachers.
So Jay, we would need to get rid of that line 13, 14, 15 around health insurance, right? That's what you're suggesting. It would be that second box we're talking about.
This one?
Because we still have both in there. That's what we would be talking about, right?
So getting rid of these.
Well, it would be up to
Or
that.
Just change your terminology.
Yeah,
Would increase up to $62.
because that would be it's the right math. We just need to change the verbiage.
Yeah.
And then understand that we're going to have ongoing, and that our ongoing, the primary focus would be making the teachers whole, and then the stimulus, for lack of a better term. Is
Steffi?
everybody clear on that?
Yeah, can you remind us of the 3 questions we're supposed to ask in the IBB process before we do a temperature, or whatever the thumbs up, thumbs down, thumbs medium is?
Yeah, what I would like to do is I want to screen share them because under each column, it gives you a little trigger on exactly what each column means. So let me try to find that document. It's in my training folder, and then I'll screen share while you guys continue to discuss. And the nice thing is, if I was in person, I'd have a nice shiny storyboard to hold up with those tests, if you will. But Jay, were you done sort of summarizing where you think you all are on that draft?
Yeah, I mean,
document?
I asked at the end if anybody had any questions, and nobody did, so I think I'm done.
Okay. Give me just a second. Okay, so while I'm looking, I'll tell you, there's also supposed to be 103-degree temperatures the next 3 days. So all that rain's gonna dry out. Here we go. Okay, I've got it. This is just a little deeper because this is the first time you guys have really been serious about, not that you've not been serious about the whole process, but it hasn't felt like we've really had to think about that feasible, beneficial aspect that Rachel's raising. You know, it's just sort of come together, and as you've done the non-economics, you've just sort of felt like, oh yeah, this will work. But now let's kind of take it step by step. I'm not screen sharing yet. There we go. I think this sort of is going to do the trick for you guys. So can you see my screen?
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, the 3-stage factor analysis, meaning, you know, can this solution work? You know, the first one, is it feasible, the feasibility factor. And that really is the option capable of being done or being carried out. Okay. Now, sometimes people include their acceptable to other stakeholders or ratifiable. Sometimes that's sort of later in this list. Stage 2, the benefit factor. The benefit factor is, does the option satisfy important interest, or does the option harm important interest? I like to say, does it satisfy our interest for a package here and be sure it doesn't harm interest? And then the acceptability factor, will it be received favorably by the constituents of both parties? Or if not, can it be modified to be made acceptable? I think you guys have been doing modifications throughout. So yeah, so that is, I think, the quickest thing I pulled up. The feasibility should also include manageability, which isn't so key, I don't think, under economics. Is that what you're looking for, Rachel, or is that helpful for the group?
Yeah, and I wanted to go back because I was remembering our discussion of, I don't know, this was just to orient myself. Oh, yeah. Is it good for all concerned? Is it ratifiable by the teachers? Is it ratifiable by the board?
Now,
Is
that
what I
was
have
just a
in my
base-
notes.
Yeah, that's what I just pulled up was sort of your basic PowerPoint. I'm trying
Okay.
to see in the Shawnee mission actual training, if I have many notes or much on discussion. Other than what I'm looking at, what are you, here we go. This might be, I think this is what we trained off of, which is kind of the same as what we just looked at, but this is what you all may be more familiar with in terms of your training. So let me share again. This is your actual PowerPoint, your actual training. Here we go. Okay. So the FAB, feasible, acceptable, beneficial, it's a little out of order here. So the feasible, is it legal? Is it affordable? Is it workable? Is it manageable, right? Earlier in that document I showed you, it was more like, can it be done? Which that's all the things you should probably think about. Can it be done? Beneficial, does it address the critical interest, not harm critical interest? Does it resolve the problem? And then acceptable, could the people that we represent accept this solution? That's what we went through in your training. I'm gonna leave that on the screen here for a sec. And then also I'm feeling quite a heaviness on, it feels as though I hear Rachel talk about sort of carrying the water back to the district, but I know that Michelle is probably a critical part of that. I don't know about Russ. I know Michael a couple of times has talked about, being a part of the committee that is working on the 7 to 5. So I'm feeling like Rachel has a lot of this really on her shoulders, but is that accurate? Is there a way to think about how this group as a whole, maybe not even just the people I just mentioned, but does this group as a whole have some responsibility on, is it acceptable? I know with the association, it feels more like, it's their responsibility or it's on their shoulders to say, is it acceptable with the membership? But it does feel as though Rachel feels a heavy burden on this piece. What do others think?
This is Jay, and I'm gonna speak that it's every person on this team's job to sell it. I mean, we've never taken something back to our members that we didn't think will pass. I understand that you're feeling a lot, but we also feel a lot of pressure from our side.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not underscoring, there's pressure all around. Again, that's where our, as we identify interest on this one, it's, I think more than the other issues we've talked about, there are things that butt up against each other. The real challenge on this one, I think for the board is that 5 out of 7 was identified as #1 priority last year. And I know, and we've talked through this, that it's been identified still as a priority for you guys, but that's where my challenge is gonna be,
And I think having 12 FTEs in that budget that we have up is a very strong step and a strong commitment to that.
I just hope it's viewed that way if, if we don't have the budgeted money next year.
If we don't have the budgeted money next year, there's other issues that are gonna be up there
Potentially.
too.
Yeah.
We can't just go and base this whole off of fears of that one. I mean, if we're just basing fears off of that one thing, then what do we even, I mean, if we calculate what you're asking for just purely from a board side, at a 1.25 increase to base with step, 7.8 health, adding the middle school admin, having fully funded staff at 17.5, that's a deficit of over 300,000.
Yeah, I mean,
And that would
that's
not,
true.
and that would not pass. That would not pass.
Yeah,
So,
and we've discussed that. I mean, and my team discussed that in our,
so with the numbers, I just wanted to clarify if we're thinking the right thing. So if the
Um,
numbers,
Hold on.
okay,
Can you stop and can you pull it up again and that way we're all looking
Oh,
at the
yep,
same
sorry.
stuff?
Not Ring Central, not food distribution.
So
Sorry.
I
can
know-
move things out of the way.
our team stuff, so I'm just gonna modify team 3 to represent what I was just speaking of.
so the comment I was going to make is in the yellow section, if leave it at 12, we're short 380,000 approximately, is that right?
What?
You mean like, because we
We're
leave it at
short
12 and we're
here
short 5.5
for the future.
FTEs?
Well,
Okay.
380,000 the board was thinking 1.3.
Oh, I see, 920 versus
Yeah.
1.3
Yeah,
million.
I'm sorry, just talking about the 5 to 7. So if we're going to provide any overages or whatever from health, it would take it to come in 2.4 less than 7.8.
that's good math to do, actually, which,
So it'd have to
Can you
come,
say that again?
Calculator.
it would have to come in at 5.4.
He's saying that like the health insurance, if it came in at
Got you.
5.4, they would have enough left over to then fully fund 17.5.
Okay.
where the numbers are right now.
Where in the
Yeah.
yellow section.
Okay, can you say that one more time, just so we're all?
Yeah, so 380,000.
It's relieving some stress for me,
So I
actually.
took 380,000 is what I think we're short to get to 5 to 7. I took that divided by 159,499, which is how much 8% of health insurance is. And
That's
that's
like what he was doing.
2.38.
I mean, that would put us,
I like that. That puts all the pressure on the benefits committee, so I'm okay with that.
Hey, guys,
Linda doesn't even
we're
look
all
at
kind-
me.
We're all kind of moving at different paces
Wait,
here.
no, I
Let's
just
go-
got the teacher look.
I was gonna say, let's go back to like one person at a time, because I'm not hearing complete sentences from anyone at this.
I don't think he was suggesting that we change it to 5.4.
No.
He was just saying that if it came in as low as 5.4% increase, that would allow the extra money allotted to health insurance to be used to pay for enough FTEs to get up to 17.5. With still having a negative,
Which would
overall
pretty
total.
much give us a balance of
I-
our available money.
Yeah, like,
It's still unknowns.
in the large numbers we're talking, like, 50,000 to me is real dang close.
I think we can sell this if that's where we were.
I was nervous at
We
6
can sell
digits.
this.
I'm gonna tell you that.
Yeah.
But, I understand that, like, there's gotta be some variance of error. I don't know what the term is, but.
well, there's a giant unknown still of what's gonna pan out this year, So I think, to me, I think that we're so close that it's a good place to take a poll. And if we're good, we're good. If we're not, let's figure it out.
Okay, so Jay, I just want to make sure, you think the yellow draft that we need to take a poll on, including the health insurance boxes below,
Yes,
and the idea that we will continue to have the conversation?
Correct. With the priority being in the conversation of fully funding the staff and then looking at the stimulus.
I'm prepared to give a thumbs up or thumbs down based on the yellow in those boxes. Everybody else?
Yes.
Any questions? Is everyone clear? Double check the numbers and what you're thumbing up and down so we don't have any snafu based on typos. Double check that before we do that. And then it's typically been Jay that's been the guy in the room that's done the thumbs because I can't
John,
see
will
him.
you highlight all of the health stuff so that we can say everything in yellow is what we're thumbs upping or thumbs downing?
And Jay,
Or
when you say
whoever has
fully
it, I'm sorry.
fund, you're just meaning the 5 out of 7?
Correct.
And just to clarify, I think for me to make a decision, we would be talking about pen to paper, putting a reopener clause into the TA. Not a, well, when we meet, we'll talk about it.
I think that it's a TA of ongoing discussions around the finances. I would assume, I don't know how we have to do that of like, if we get to there and we have a TA and if it's panning out and we're all in agreement of giving out money, I think, I'm just speaking here, I'm gonna look across the room as I speak. I think an MOU would,
So mechanically, you need a reopener if you're not doing regular sessions. That's your mechanism to
Yeah.
get you back into a meeting. If we have an agreement that we are meeting on a regular ongoing basis, then that's that mechanism. And potentially, and that's all that is. A reopener is an agreed upon, get back in a meeting. So I feel, I think we have that mechanism, and we can get to that. When we talk about the negotiations process, I think we have that discussion again. Is this a TA? Is this an informal agreement amongst the IBB team, a commitment to ourselves? Is this in the agreement? Is this some sort of addendum to the agreement? But I'm actually really glad we had that discussion about the calendar first, because to me, that's the mechanism. And our contract is open anytime that we, as a team, agree that it's open and we're gonna send it out for ratification. Now, as a practical matter, I don't know how that's happening for language changes, probably other than changes to compensation, or something that would be like an emergency time-sensitive thing, which could potentially happen with COVID, hopefully not. But that's my thought from like the legal mechanical side of it, if that helps.
and I think we have clear video evidence of our willingness to come back and talk.
Yeah.
That's why I wanted to ask, because we'll get the like, well, what if, and so we have to be able to answer those questions of, well, what if we get to that point and then
I
it's
would also-
not able to be reopened, or someone is unwilling to reopen. So that's why I was asking.
And from an accountability perspective, those meetings are open meetings, just as these are. So
Yeah,
I would just add that as well.
yeah. Okay. Shall we vote?
I'm good.
I'm comfortable voting.
All right.
Yeah, I would say, words matter, but as you guys facilitate, I would say, let's see if we have consensus. Vote is majority wins. Remember, consensus is if one person has got that down, we got to keep talking, right? So it's not really vote. It's not going to be majority.
I was prepared
And again,
for that.
and again,
Jay and I are kind of.
eventually Jay will start mimicking this, but and also this is kind of for your, just for everyone to know what's going on here, that thumbs up. I love this solution. Heck, I don't know if anybody's going to have thumbs up today. Sideways thumb is this solution I can get behind, not jumping up and down, but I can get behind it, right? That's a consensus. It's only the thumbs down that I don't agree with this. So now, Jay, I'm going to shut up.
Well, I'm like a 3/4.
All right, I think we have a,
Consistent.
we have a consensus. I will make a commitment to the team to start drafting language we can look at today. Do you want me to do it outside of the red line we have or inside the red line we have? Like copy and paste it in once it's good, or start redlining what we have?
I would suggest, and this is just me to make it easier, would be secondary.
Okay,
That can specifically hit the pinpoints that we can look at clearly, and then once we have agreement on that,
Then we move into the red line.
Okay. I will do that.
Okay, somebody save this document.
I would say.
And whew, by the way, you all are awesome. Congratulations. I thought you might get here today, but I didn't know. We still have room to talk about. We said, whether we want to take a quick break or not. We were going to try to at least have discussion about grievance procedure, maybe IBB it out, PD, maybe IBB it out.
I'm
And
gonna step in and suggest that we allow her to work on the language until lunchtime, that we have lunch, and then we finish this up before stepping onto something
Well, and remember,
else.
Stephanie has a 1 PM.
yeah, but it's only like 15 minutes.
Okay,
It could
so
really
I don't know if
get
we want to do, well, we can't do
Thank
lunch
you.
yet because our lunch isn't here, so, but,
Not
And
even
I
here.
set my alarm for 12:55, Jill. Thank you for remembering. But I'm just now looking. For some reason, I was thinking it's 10:30. It's 11:03.
Correct.
Let me ask this question, just because I don't know how much I have to add to this, so it might be okay if I'm multitasking. Would you want to start a discussion into the intrusion into the instructional day? Do you want to do that?
For me, I don't want to switch focus yet.
Okay.
What about working on language for the joint communication that puts the
Oh, yeah.
the financials
Yeah.
in language that
Does somebody want to
people
start that?
understand
Does
who
somebody
haven't
want to
been here?
start that while I start working on language,
Jill
and then
or-
we
yeah, I
can
can
just
start that.
Okay.
I have one thing, I don't know if it's necessarily related to the calendar, but it's like from yesterday's Governor Kelly's announcement. For new hires, would that affect their first paycheck date? Would they still be able to get their first paycheck September 20th? Can they still get that, what do you call it, the $1,200 advance as long as they tell you guys by August 3rd? And would it affect their date of getting insurance? Throwing those out there because they've asked.
What I can tell you is there is a big call with KSDE between 12 and, at 12:30, I think. I'm not sure how long it lasts, so we may have some more information
Okay.
this afternoon, but right now, I don't know the answer.
Okay.
Okay, so in the joint statements, if I put the wrong date on it, I just made a copy of one of our old ones and dated it 2020-07-16 economic statement. And so I think from there,
You want me to share it?
Stephanie, we can, if it sounds like we're just going to break off and start working and then eat lunch. Do you want me to text you when we're ready to get back on understanding your meeting window?
Yeah, that sounds
Okay.
good.
I just want to
Okay.
be respectful of your time too, and not have you sit and watch us do,
Yes, certainly. I'll go ahead and I'll keep it open so you guys can continue to share screen. I'm just gonna stop my video and
All right.
Okay. I'll probably turn off the live feed too.
Have you created a document?
No, not yet.
All right. Because I was gonna.
Lindsay, sometimes she doesn't delete the old information.
Now I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Thank you, David.
Thanks, David. Long time no see, it seems like. Do we have everyone? I think so.
We're all physically present.
If you all finished with your economic TA process, are you all ready to go ahead and move on with another, I guess, hour and a half of the agenda?
Yes.
There are those sort of 3 remaining items that were agenda to see what we could get to today. Did you all have a discussion or make a decision about what we might take a look at first?
I have next the issue of priority standards. It's what, if you want to talk about that, okay.
Yeah, I think, Jill, you were saying have a discussion and you guys might know, have a fuller picture of where you go with it from today. Does it make sense for Jill to sort of kick off that by revisiting or going through the issue statement with us and then the group giving us some background?
Yeah. Okay. Oops, sorry. So this was our issue statement number 5 from NEA. And the final way I had it worded was, how do we ensure there is sufficient time to teach the priority standards? One of the main parts of this comes from middle school level where at one point we had classes that were 50 minutes long, 7 classes a day. And over the last maybe 5-6 years, we started with what we call a mascot hour, which is like what we have at the high school is like a seminar. It was only on Tuesdays, so it was like a chunk of time where a teacher had like a home room. But we called it mascot hour because we called it different things at different buildings, right? So like at Hawker Grove, it's Eagle Hour, and at Indian Hills, it's nighttime, like depending on what your mascot is. So just background on that. And we had it, I think, on Tuesdays only. So then the Tuesday schedule was, the classes were shortened. Then it started, I think, becoming Tuesday, Thursday, and now it is all 5 days of the week. So classes are now about 43 minutes long.
At all buildings?
I don't know that it's 5 days a week at all buildings. I'd have to ask my middle school people. Definitely at Hawker Grove, I think at Westridge as well.
I believe Indian Woods is that way.
Okay. And those mascot hours are used for sometimes delivery of things the state mandates, like social, emotional well-being and things like that.
Individual plans of study, I think.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Because we do it at the high school level as well, where the kids kind of take like a assessment of like what they would be, career paths. Yeah. And so I think the major concern is loss of instructional time, because now the classes are 43 minutes long. And if you're taking an 8th grade honors geometry class, you still have to cover the same amount of curriculum that a high school geometry honors class would cover, but now you have 7 minutes less every day. Or an algebra 1 class is also the same at the high school, or Spanish, or any of the languages. So it cuts into the amount of time for instruction. And then the other thing is there have been kind of discussions at definitely at Hawker Grove, I'm not sure about the other schools, but using that time for like an intervention where teachers would have to, for instance, the math teacher could identify these 5 kids did not meet the priority standard on this topic, so during that mascot hour, I will have them come into my room and I will reteach it all to them. And there's been expressed a lot of concern over that, because now that feels, that would essentially be a 7th class you're teaching throughout the day, because with mascot hour, they now have 8 classes, if you think about it, right? Mascot hour is one of the classes, and then the other 7 classes throughout the day. So you're now pushing up teaching 7 out of 8, when we had the big push to try to get all secondary teachers only teaching 5 out of 7. So we believe that would violate the agreement anyway, because having another prep, we only have 6 preps anyway in the negotiated agreement, so
Just for clarification,
Yeah.
do they prep? Or is the work
they
prep
would,
for
well, it
them?
hasn't happened yet.
Okay.
So that's why I wanted the discussion, because if this plan moves forward, then they would have to prep, because if I've got 5 kids that don't know how to solve a 3-step equation, and they didn't learn it from me the first time I did it, I'm probably gonna have to decide how I'm gonna teach that to them in another way, or get different materials together so that I'm reteaching it to them in a new way that maybe they can understand better.
I just needed clarification, but
Sure.
right now, they don't prep, correct?
So I think some teachers do prep stuff that then is sent out to the whole building. So it might be they might say, okay, on Tuesdays, you're gonna do a lesson on social and emotional development. So then Tuesday morning at like 8:05, you get the presentation. So if you don't even open it at all, and you just wait until mascot hour and then open it, then you wouldn't be doing any prep. But some teachers feel like they really like to look at the presentation ahead of time and like read through it and check for errors and things like that. So there is a bit of prep with that, and I think they are asked to do grades, give students grades during mascot hour, by making sure that they do all those career, because it is important to do the career assessment. It's the extra work involved in making sure all that happens and putting a grade in Skyward for that 7th class. So that was a much larger explanation for the middle school level of it. Yeah.
And so just a point of clarification, so currently the mascot hour is used for like social emotional, career planning, things like that.
Yeah, and I think they sometimes can have like tutoring where like you make up a test or you know,
And
work
then
on a
there's
homework. Yeah.
a smaller subcommittee of teachers who design the lessons, like canned lessons is what I would call them.
Okay.
I'm just, point of clarification,
Yeah.
is that how you understand it too?
Yeah, it would be a smaller group of teachers that have been, I think, asked to do that. And I think they might use their own time to make those lessons. It might even be an instructional coach that makes some of them,
I think
or a
that's right.
counselor that makes some of them. So,
And then when I've asked, and this could be wrong, the grading is such that it's just kind of like a bookkeeping mechanism. It's just like a completion type of thing. It's not like an assessment of.
I would have to get
Like participation?
Participation.
I'd have to
yes.
get full clarification on that. I know some people feel like they really have to monitor to make sure the students are getting everything done they're supposed to. Like, they feel like that is time consuming. So I'd have to get a clarification on if it's like a pass-fail, or like you said, like, I'm just completing this task, or if it's an actual letter grade. I mean, I think it shows up as a letter grade in Skyward because of the way it's set up.
It does at
It
the high
does for
school.
seminar.
I can tell you at the high school level, when I have to go through and double check Zillow for grading, it's not exactly quick. It does take me a little bit, and I have to pull away from providing individual instruction from kids.
So Zello is our career cruising type application.
Is it mainly at the middle school that this is?
From what I'm hearing, yes. I would have to ask if there's other groups.
All 5 middle schools do have their bell schedules, and they show the mascot, a 30-minute mascot hour somewhere in the day. Some are at the morning.
Right.
I think one was in the middle, yeah.
Are they all every day?
Trail Ridge has 4 different schedules. They have a regular, an early release, an advisory, which would be that mascot hour one, and then an assembly schedule. So I
So
don't
that
know
means
if
it's not
it's a
every day.
regular or advisory, what they use every day. But the other middle schools only have, well, Indian Hills has a couple also, but daily bell schedule does have the nighttime
So it looks like
in there.
Trail Ridge and Indian Hills don't have mascot hour every day, because that's why they have a separate, but the
No,
other 3 do.
I would say, looking at this, Indian Hills has it every day.
Oh, okay,
Trail Ridge is the one that I
okay.
don't, looking at the bell schedule, I don't know if it's every day or not.
Let me text my daughter.
I'm looking at
guess.
their grade card too.
I'm thinking that's probably accurate.
It's not
That would be
showing
my
up on the
assessment, too.
grade card. Oh, here it is.
They might also ask the teachers to have the student pull up their Skyward, like, in your advisory hour, in your mascot hour, check to see if they have any missing assignments, because that'll pop up in Skyward, check their grades, and then make a plan with them on how they're going to turn in their missing assignments or improve their grades. I'm not sure how many students are in everybody's mascot hour. I would think it's, it varies, but I would think 20 to 25. I'm not sure. There might be more. So the teacher doesn't get to all of them in that one day, but they do set aside like one day a week, we're going to check grades and missing assignments. Another day, we're going to do, those lessons. Another day might be so that the kids could travel to another teacher and get help or finish a test. So more background on that. But doing the grade check and the missing assignment check for every kid can take more than one 30-minute advisory period, so.
You're
Oh.
muted, Stephanie.
Oh, yep.
You're muted.
Oh, Jill, while you all are talking, and what you're doing is sort of frame and focusing it. Like you're framing, you're zooming in on, where's it going on? What's exactly going on? But can you read me what you wrote as your issue statement? Because I'm just going to start a Word doc while I'm listening to you talk.
Sure. And it might, I don't know, I'm hoping it captures it, but how do we ensure there's sufficient time to teach priority standards? So that leads to the fact that classes are 43 minutes instead of 50 minutes because we have in 4 of the middle schools advisory or mascot hour every day. So you're having less time to get those priority standards.
And what's the fifth school situation?
Well, I don't know how many days a week they have it, but we know it's not every day because they have a regular schedule and a mascot hour schedule.
Trail Ridge is the only one that has a regular schedule. Everybody
So
else
it's
just
probably
has a daily schedule.
At least twice a week, I would think. 2 days a week they have them.
And how long is mascot hour?
Some schools it's 30. This one I'm looking at right now is 32.
So the students are transitioning to 8 different things per day when there's a day with mascot hour.
Mm-hmm.
How long has that been the?
Well, I taught middle school from 2011 through 2017, and the first couple of years we didn't have it, so it probably started around 2013 that we started having like a mascot hour, but it was just 1 day a week, then it was 2 days a week, and now it's, for some schools, 5 days a week.
And I would say, from my perspective, the reason that they're increasing in many cases are due to state mandates that are unfunded and don't belong really, like individual plans of study. We're required to do that. It doesn't really sit in a content. I mean, the high school does some of that too during their seminar period. So it is also, in addition to teaching priority standards, it is something that we are obligated to teach. So then the question is, if it's not happening there, it's got to happen somewhere.
I think it can happen there. I think it's having it 5 days a week, a mascot hour, and also then if you start to ask the teachers to reteach to small groups of kids during that time, that's now a 7th prep. And I think it is important to reteach to students and make sure that they're mastering it, but those students also, a lot of them would probably already have their on-grade level math class and their math workshop class. Because if you're at a certain percentage point in your math ability, you would take your 7th grade math class and a math workshop class within your 7-hour day. And then also when you go to advisory, mascot hour, now you're going to get retaught math topics again for the 3rd time in the day. So I feel like we do have classes already for remedial. Math workshop, there's a reading class that some students have to go into if their reading levels are low.
Are those choices?
Do the kids get to choose? Typically not, no. We would go up, because I used to teach the math workshop class, we would go based on their MAP test scores. If they're in the 40th percentile or lower, and if we had room in those math workshop classes, we would fill them with all those kids. At one point, we had 8 sections at Hawker Grove of math workshop. 8 classes.
How has this concept of using that time for help for students who are struggling, is that just been a concern or something that's been formally introduced?
Yeah, it's been talked about in the BLT over the last
Okay.
semester. I think that the thought is that they really want to find some time within the school day that they can help these struggling students. But that would put it, like I said, a teacher teaching 7 out of 8 when we're really trying to push to get teachers from teaching 6 down to 5. So that's the main concern and something we want to make sure doesn't happen.
Recently
So-
raised in BLT
Yes.
settings? Okay.
I think I understand fully what we're talking about, but there's a couple different things, right? So there's the concern about priority standards within the other courses beyond the mascot hour, right?
Yes.
So there's that piece, but then there's also an expressed concern that that's independent of this, I forget what it's called now, at Hawker Grove, they're investigating it. It'll come to me, but the mascot hours potentially is another prep. And then it's too frequent.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay.
How is that decision made for scheduling? Is that a BLT decision? Like, as over time, when they've gone from maybe 1 to 2 or every day, that's a BLT decision?
I can speak to Westridge, because I worked with them when they moved from more than 1. But I believe their entire staff voted on it, but for sure their BLT did. But I think their entire staff voted, and I don't hear complaints out of Westridge, but I do hear complaints out of Hawker, and I don't hear anything out of the other 3 schools. So
Well, yeah, I wonder if it has more than to do with what's expected of them during that time. And if the expectations have been growing and more things have been asked of them to do during that time, so it's now becoming, like I said, a 7th prep. At the high
Everybody-
school, we've got, on Wednesdays, we would have a short amount of time to do the career cruising stuff in the Zello. And then Thursday, the block of time was for students to travel and get help from a teacher or finish a test. So we've got 2 of them there.
And then
Pioneer model, that's what it's called.
Yeah, yes.
Other questions for understanding or clarity on what is happening before we move into, or why it's a problem before we move into, okay, so, what's our interest? Why do we care? In other words, what is it impacting that we care about?
And it is a participation grade. I got that from a middle school teacher.
Jill, I missed that. I was.
It is expected to put in a participation grade.
And it does
Okay.
not go on, it doesn't appear to go on the transcript,
Okay.
at least the 2 kids that I checked.
I didn't see it on my daughters. I know that at the high school level, seminar is on there, but it doesn't carry any weighting.
So it doesn't count towards like graduation requirements.
Right.
Yeah.
Or GPA.
So guys, look at what I wrote under the issue statement. First of all, let's back up just for a sec. Now that you've talked more about it, is the problem truly, how do we ensure sufficient time to teach priority standards? Okay, we'll think about that. And then it sounds like you're saying it's a middle school only problem. Are you seeking a solution only in middle school? I guess before we continue on, we should maybe revisit that question.
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of focusing on that because I know we talked about having our discussion to decide what needs to kind of be tied up now before we have a fully executed P&A.
Agreement.
Not that like we have to have language around this, but that's why I kind of zeroed in on the middle school because that's what seems more of the urgent. issue.
Red flag.
Yeah. I know we used to, when I taught at the middle school level, we would have like after-school tutoring, and we would focus on kids that, you know, were struggling, had lower grades or had lower test scores, and we would invite them to come to tutoring. They'd have a bus home and all that. So that was one thing we were doing. I think the push was to try to get it during the school day, and now we have this 30-minute block of time every day, so let's try to use that. I don't know that the intention was mean-spirited anyway, like, let's give them another 7th prep, but that's what it's become. You know, and it's not like our teachers don't want to help those kids, we do, but that's now, like I said, a 7th prep when already 6 is very overwhelming, so.
Terrell Ridge was.
Anybody have any more questions about the actual problem before we move on to the interest? What is it that you would want to be sure that your solution solves? So like, why is it a problem? Why do you need to fix it?
I had to laugh because I asked my daughter how often Trowbridge had it, and she's not a reliable witness. But she says she thinks it was 3 days a week. But, you know, for a 7th grader, that was a year ago.
Jill, do you have an impression of, I think I'm speaking of Hawker and the Pioneer model. I mean, what percentage of the staff is concerned about that, or do you have a feel of the concern?
I would guess about half. I don't know. I mean, I don't know that they have been surveyed in a way that they feel like they can give their full and honest opinions. Just that, because sometimes you feel like a teacher in this district could feel like if I give my opinion and they know it's from me, it might come back on me. Like I might have some kind of retribution or something. Or people might think that I don't want to help kids because I don't want to do this during my mascot hour. I think that some of the people that brought this up and want to do it at Hawker Grove also are not the ones that have to carry it out. So like it looks great in theory and like it's gonna, you know, get a lot of kids the help they need, but when put into practice, it just puts that much more pressure on those teachers to teach another group of kids besides their other 6 groups of kids that they see throughout the day. So I don't know, I would want to do an anonymous survey of the building to ask that question. Even if there were, I mean, I guess people could volunteer to do that during mascot hour. But sometimes when you start volunteering doing those things, then it can become past practice and then be expected of the whole school, you know, the whole staff.
And I think we do have staff in a variety of buildings, middle schools, that feel like, well, if I don't agree to this, people are insinuating that I don't care about kids. And I don't think that that's anyone's intention by having, you know, issues with this, is that they don't care about kids.
I mean, I think you could make, you know, if it was asked of teachers and they were expected to do this and teach additional kids during mascot hour, I think that you could make a case that that's a 7th prep, which would then violate the professional negotiations agreement. So, and that's what I don't want to have to happen. So that's why I thought it was a good discussion now.
Agreed.
Guys, I'm gonna, I heard maybe 1 or 2 very initial ideas already come up on solution. I also heard, you know, do we need more info? But I think I just heard the first interest. Don't want to violate current agreement. What other interest? Sometimes going through the interest seems like, oh, well, yeah, of course we know all that, but it is important to capture it before you think a solution. So what other interest do you have in this issue? Why does this matter that this is going on?
I think instructionally, you know, those kids that are taking classes that are offered in high school, getting 7 less minutes of instruction every day makes an impact on what they cover.
So 7 less minutes of instruction each day could have a negative impact? Other interest?
Is
Each
it,
hour.
it's
Each
not
hour.
just 7 though, because it's adding,
Each class, 7 minutes each class, or ish.
well, okay. I was also thinking about there's an extra travel passing period too, is all.
So what I hear is
So
the,
it's a
yeah,
little
the
bit-
classes are 43 minutes and they used to be 50, or the high
Okay.
school classes are 50 minutes.
I think
Did I
there's
capture it there?
an interest in covering the priority standards for all content courses in addition to other
That's true.
state requirements.
I would add to that the need to, I don't want to say it, need to educate the whole child. So, attending to their social emotional needs as well as their educational needs.
So are you saying, help me out here. Are you saying that this problem is taking away from that, or the need to do this in a way that's successful is required to meet all needs?
Are you asking me?
Whoever said the emotional need.
Maybe I need a definition of what your question is. I thought when we said interest, it was just kind of our interest in general.
Yeah, I guess I'm trying to understand, and you guys, just only because I'm not in your industry, I'm not in classrooms, right? So when we're talking about that, what sounds like a general interest to meet all educational and emotional needs, right? But are you saying that maintaining, I'm only getting specific because when we brainstorm solutions, I want to make sure that we're not hurting this need, right? But are you saying that like the idea of maintaining what needs to happen in the, again, I sound silly when I talk you all's language, the mascot hour or pioneer model, what needs to, that is intended to meet emotional and educational needs. So it's important you figure those out, or making sure that teachers are not getting pulled from instruction time needs to happen to meet emotional and educational needs, or is it both?
The need to have time to meet the social emotional needs of students, I guess, would be, I'm
I
not
think,
trying
yeah.
to speak for you, but I am
No,
speaking for you.
and my thought when we've done this in the past is we tried to steer clear of making judgments as to whether the interest statement was positive or negative. It was just we were stating these are interests, and so
Yeah.
And maybe that's currently the need, the current model's trying to fill. And so if there's a change, the new model would still
we
need
still
to
want
fill
to try
that
to,
need.
yeah, exactly.
And I think it's important
Okay.
to note that the second one and, I'm sorry, the third interest and the fourth interest there are very specific to the 3 objectives of our strategic plan.
You want to say more about that?
Well, we have 3 objectives in our strategic plan, talk about career and college readiness, this idea of social emotional,
And individualized learning plans too.
individualized learning plans, interpersonal skills.
And if those are all prepared, slide presentations that the teacher presents during mascot hour, and it's not necessary to double check it ahead of time and spend time correcting mistakes or, because sometimes those are thrown together kind of last minute before they're given to the staff to present. That's different, like having that prepared and ready to go. The staff member can just open it up during mascot hour, go through it with the students, and they have like discussions about it, there's discussion questions. And that's different than asking the teacher, say, identify your 5 to 10 kids that didn't get this skill and prepare your reteaching lesson, reteach it to them during mascot hour, and then evaluate whether or not they learned it. That's a lot more prep and plan and evaluation than here's the prepared lesson, for
And-
today that's,
I'm going to contradict you.
Okay.
Just in the fact of my teaching style, and I don't have a projector in my room. I don't have a TV, If you ask me to present something, that is very different than the style of teaching that I'm used to and I'm accustomed to. I don't teach that way, it's a hands-on, it's a shop, it's a lot more independent learning. Having me have something and just giving it to me and asking me to go through it with my kids, it's unsettling to me because it's outside of my comfort zone.
So is there a need for some flexibility then in the way that the content
And
formats?
I'm just speaking personally for me,
Yeah.
it's hard, if we have a video to show, I have to put the video in the Google Classroom for my kids to watch because I can't do it in a group session. So I'm
So
just
maybe there-
throwing that out that,
so you present it in
it's-
another way, like you put it in,
and so I think we also have to remember that not necessarily every teacher, and I don't know the best way to say this, is appropriately equipped to handle some of that stuff. And like, I'm going to handle teaching some social emotional stuff differently than somebody else. And I think sometimes it puts a lot of pressure on and outside of some of our comfort zones of how we're looking at and how we're approaching this. And that's just a statement.
I think many years ago when we had an 8-hour schedule, students actually had an English class and what is the name of that other class? Communications. And during communications is when they got all of these lessons. And I think the counselors and social workers even came in and helped with the presenting of the lessons. But we got rid of communications many years ago. And so now we've had to pick up, where do we present those lessons? What time of day?
It's just interesting because that's one of the few classes I remember from middle school.
I would think, I would add that there is an interest to maintain student elective choice.
Okay.
I mean, especially developmentally at middle school, and I was thinking of a solution that would stop that. That's probably bad IBB, but, I was thinking.
Yeah, no, that's how it happens,
I
yeah.
was just going to ask you to clarify because I didn't understand.
Well, I was thinking I was thinking about solutions and, because you all know that that's where my brain went, right? Because that's what happens to me. But as a solution might be that every kid would take like a interpersonal skill and exploratory, where you would do career planning, but the downside of that is if I'm a foreign language band, I don't really get any elective choice, and I feel like that's really important at middle schools. I'm trying to figure out what I want to do, and
I know.
not only high school, but ultimately as a career.
When I'll speak to what you're saying is I taught middle school in Blue Valley and we had the 6th grade and we did the wheel. And, it's a couple of weeks and I had the 6th graders come in and I taught a new group every couple of weeks. And it was exactly what you're talking about, where they came in and they got to experience, well, what is technology education? And we built some stuff like that. And I totally agree with you. I think that's a good way to get kids into stuff that, well, I didn't sign up for this, but, oh, wait, this was actually kind of cool. Let me learn more about it.
So that's why I threw it out as an interest, because I think student elective choice at at both levels really, but is important.
How do you know that you like something if you've never seen it before?
So you were thinking.
So,
that one-
Go ahead, Jill, go ahead.
So you were thinking that one of the solutions might have been to make all middle school kids take this one class that would cover all of that stuff that needed to be taught, but we don't want to do that because then they would have less options for their electives.
I'm just,
It's like a reach around.
I want to be clear that that wasn't necessarily my solution.
Okay, got it.
I don't necessarily even like
Not your
that
solution,
solution.
that
It
could
is
have
a solution
Right,
that
right.
we could potentially put on the table, but that's why I wanted that interest to be there, because I
Yeah.
think that's very important.
Right, I do
Yeah.
too.
If it's okay, I would like to add the interest that Michelle just talked about, maintaining student choice. But if it's also okay, can I just capture the brief idea that she had? Because it may lead to an idea that's different, but triggered off of this. So I did put each student take, XXX, noting it may take away choice.
Can I
But-
add
Mhm,
to?
go ahead.
Go back to up to 6 of the, if you
the
scroll
entrance.
up onto the entrance.
Yes.
So on maintain student elector choice, I think that to piggyback off of there, there's an interest in exposing students to other electives.
Is it elective or elected? The way I typed it on 6 is elective, right?
Yes.
Is it, am I proper to say kind of on the flip side, exposing students to maybe they don't know what they might like what they don't know? I mean, say it again, Jay, you said it. Exposes students to,
I think a variety of opportunities, really.
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. I think that's, I mean, that piggybacks into our,
I mean, not only might find something that I really like, I might also find something I was like, this
I
is not
really
for me.
don't.
Right.
yeah.
That was good when I was back in school. It was trimesters,
Uh-huh.
so you had 6 different electives instead of 4.
I mean, this is an interest of all of us, moving secondary from 6 to 5. And so adding in a solution that would add more preps would be counterintuitive to that interest.
I think this is the important conversation in realizing, we all feel that there's parts that are really important to this on both sides and trying to rebalance out what's happening.
I also worry that we're creating interest and possible solutions with no middle school person at the table.
Yeah.
So an interest would be to get specific input
From the people that work in
Yeah.
our middle schools.
From
I mean,
middle
both,
school
I think
professionals.
classified,
Yeah.
certified administration, parents,
So-
kids.
Sorry, Michelle. I think that was kind of maybe Jill's thought process of like, let's at least introduce the topic so you guys knew what we were,
I like
even
that.
talking about. And I don't know that this is going to be a quick, we can solve this today, but just get it out on the table and,
Continue to work on it throughout the year.
yeah, and it can be a longer process.
Yes.
Yeah. Understand that.
Did someone, when you started, did someone say that there are BLTs that are,
Yes,
or were you saying?
yes. The
Okay.
Apple Grove BLT had discussed all of that, and it seemed as though they were going to make the decision to do it. So that's why I wanted to bring it up now. Now with school starting later, and who knows what it's going to look like, they might have given us some time, more time to discuss this and come up with better solutions. Because school's not starting in person, right away, like August 17th, so.
Linda has something.
Yeah.
Yes.
There was a member, or not, there was at least one individual from Hawker Grove who initiated a conversation about a grievance on this. And so we took it back to the building reps working with the principal. And so it's in a holding pattern now, but I do believe there are staff at that school that if that plan, as it was presented last spring, were implemented, there are people that will file a grievance. And so, and now we know that might be more widespread at other schools. So I think there's still a lot of commitment on the building reps' response, and the principal and the BLT to see how to address that. But that's how we had multiple middle school people that gave us input on this, and that's why we brought this issue forward. Not that you shouldn't talk to a lot more
You spelled
people.
Hawker right the first time.
Okay, thank you. And someone may have to paraphrase what Linda's saying. She's a little far from a mic.
Just with what's currently being proposed to be enacted, we have members who are looking at filing a grievance because this would be an additional prep. and violate the P&A. So that's one of the reasons we wanted to bring it up.
Oh, this is my own word, but it is good to capture that you're being proactive about avoiding grievances or just labor dispute, period. You know, is not the direction this team really desires to move things. So I'm going to add it up here under violating the agreement, avoiding grievances. I put moving secondary from 6 to 5 up towards violating the agreement. And you all clarify for me, is moving secondary from 6 to 5 memorialized in the strategic plan, but is it also memorialized in your current master agreement?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Linda, did you have one more thing?
I hate to always chime in like the grievance is the big reason why I said that. That's just an aside, is how it came to our attention. But in there too is not just the extra prep. The 43 minutes is a different slice of that problem. When you look at those, like Jill said, you look at kids who are in Spanish 1 who over the course of a year have 2 hours a month less instruction, and then they transition to high school as ninth graders. That's a big hurdle, and I imagine in math it can be even more so.
Who decides buildings? Is that BLTs? Who decides the building schedules?
Well, they're pretty consistent district-wide because of traveling teachers but with the mascot hour, yes. And I know some high schools have the taking care of business additional time. Either of your high schools have that?
I don't have it.
What is that?
We have, on Wednesdays, we have a shorter advisory, and then Thursdays, we have the long seminar.
I would just add one more interest, Stephanie, if we can.
Yes.
And this would be within the constraints, of course, of the negotiated agreement, but to give the professionals within a school community the latitude to look for ways to meet the needs of their kids, look for unique ways to meet the needs of their kids.
Which is kind of like my question about flexibility earlier, like what allowance do we need to have for that?
I might use the word autonomy also, just.
It's probably better.
Yeah, that's probably right. Okay. You know, in maybe in differing ways is what you're saying, right? Some. Okay. Tell me if you need me to scroll back to interest. Up here was just some questions that were coming up and comments. And then I'm also just trying to catch when I hear a bit of a brainstorm solution. I know they're not totally thought out yet because you may not, you know, solve it here. It sounds like you're saying you're feeling like it's important to have middle school input before you like really delve into solutions. And then also the idea that the BLTs are looking at it as well.
Can I ask a question? Just for a little clarity. Mike, are you saying for like that last interest, just to ensure that not every middle school would have to have exactly the same solution? Was that kind of,
Yeah, I
just to
think I am.
clarify?
Yeah.
Okay.
That they would have that latitude to meet the needs of their own specific community.
Okay.
Again, within the constraints of the negotiated agreement.
Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Sorry about that. Okay. My boss was looking for something from me on a Thursday afternoon. I thought I should be responsive.
So is this something we want to like pause on and continue to revisit? Because I do agree we need more middle school voices at the table.
You know, I think that this is an important topic, obviously well received by this group, and I think it's particularly good, and I'm always going to be in favor of trying to resolve grievances at the lowest level as soon as possible before they're, so very much appreciate that and the opportunity to problem solve before we have people who, feel like their rights under the agreement are violated. Where I'm struggling a little bit as I was trying to think about solutions is I don't think we want to create a situation where BLTs are somehow subordinate to this group, if that makes sense, or BLTs feel like they're going to have to answer to this group. And so then how do you balance that with the need for providing information about the constraints of the P&A? Because I feel like maybe that was an informational piece that's been missing as they've been having those discussions, but in a way that still makes them feel like they have the autonomy they're supposed to have to make decisions that are right for their building based upon their intimate knowledge of their building.
I think the BLT was aware that it would violate the P&A.
I didn't hear that, Jill.
The BLT at Hawker Grove was aware that it would violate the P&A.
Okay.
I feel obligated to chime in. I would disagree with that. I think, from what I've heard, they don't agree that that would violate the P&A.
So we maybe have an issue that we need to address I'm just trying to think if that's
I mean, I think there would be a strong case that it would because of all the planning and reteaching a group of kids in another setting outside of your 6 classes and evaluating whether or not they were retaught it. I mean, that's a prep.
To me, that's at the heart of the discussion, is what's a prep and what's not a prep.
And I think you would get a different answer at a different middle school. And I would hate for us to get in the middle of this. I think we need to go back to those BLTs. And that's where the autonomy comes in, I think. Because I just need to ask more questions. I need more information. Because I believe this might be already happening at another one of our middle schools.
I also can't help but think how part of that following back to the BLT comes up with some of the stuff that we brought up with BLTs and whether or not necessarily it's representing, of the staff. I'm just saying that.
Jay, were you finished?
Yep.
Michelle, when you said you would like more information, when you're thinking about what is the information, when you're thinking about, okay, I'm kind of thinking I want to get more info, does it make sense that this group think about what is the info you need? Does it make sense to ask a smaller group to gather the info along with Michelle and bring it back, or what? When everyone's thinking sort of more info or more input, what would the process be to get that? Like what would you do, Michelle, to get the more info? Is it appropriate for you to sort of bring it back here? Does it make sense to whatever you would do, maybe this group do to get the info? What do people think?
I would think we would ask or do some kind of a survey of the staff at least at Hawker Grove, and if there is another school that's also doing reteaching during mascot hour, I would think that it would be good to survey them as well.
Michelle, what were your thoughts? I know I jumped in and tagged onto your idea. So more info I'm going to put as a brainstorm solution for just next steps on this, not necessarily fixing the problem. So under more info, Jill has said maybe find out from staff, or I don't know, you're saying kind of survey staff. I don't know what that looks like. And then Michelle, would your more info be in the form of maybe, again, guys, I don't know what's appropriate or not in your culture, in your district. Perhaps Michelle or someone connecting with, is there a chair of a BLT? I don't know. Or I understand Rachel's concern that, where this committee shouldn't drive BLTs or vice versa. Is there another way people can think about to get more info? And maybe there's a combination of ways before you're together again or before you take a look at this again?
I'd like to just look at the historical logistical data. When did we start? How many do we have? You know, why buildings went from 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 to 5? What was the process of getting there? What's the purpose of each of them? I mean, I have a pretty broad picture of the picture, or broad picture of what they do in mascot hour, but when it comes to day-to-day boots on the ground, I don't have that answer. I'm guessing there's probably a laid-out plan for each building.
I think it would be
I'm
nice.
guessing Joe Gilhouse could share that information with me. I know the high school principals could. I would like to just start with the logistical part and see how far apart they are, because this may be happening in all 5 buildings with only a concern in one building. And that's the piece I'm not sure of. I know that I'm not hearing from the other 4 buildings. Now, does that mean it's not a problem? No, not for sure. But maybe it is, or maybe it is not.
Yeah, and besides asking the principals some of those questions, I would like to ask the staff as well, like, what is expected of you during that time? And maybe even that BLT, what is it exactly that you're going to expect teachers to do? Because I'm going to have to plan, I'm going to have to figure out which kids need the remedial lesson. I'm going to have to plan the lesson. I'm going to have to teach it to the kids during that hour. I'm going to have to assess whether or not they need it again. And all of that is taking away from the plan time I have for my other 6 classes. So I really don't see how that can't be considered a prep. But yeah, for more info, definitely surveying staff and information for principals.
I think it would be good to have, what's the proposed program of what mascot hour is defined as? And then, in addition to the information from staff of like what's actually going on during mascot hour, because I think just taking the proposal isn't enough and just taking the staff piece isn't enough. I think we need both pieces.
And I still maintain, I don't think this is our problem to solve. I mean, I think it's our problem, but I don't think it's our problem to solve. I think we need people at the middle school level that deal with middle school kids every day solving this problem.
So are we good collecting information and bringing it back to the table?
Yeah.
Hey, folks. I think Michael just asked that question. I heard Michelle say yes. It sounds like that's where you guys were going in terms of your brainstorming on where to go from here. I do want to say that the beauty of IBB is when things start to go to sound like sort of a grievance hearing or a grievance meeting, and like, technically, is it plan time? Is it not? That's sort of when we start leaning on, rights versus problem solving, which is okay because you all agree to an interest here. You don't want to violate the current agreement, right? But I would say that, that was kind of put out there. I would say it's not a plan. It is plan time, whatever. But looking back at the interest, you all were really aligned when you were doing interest here. Right, that make sure that kids are getting their instruction time, make sure that priority standards are being covered. 5, 6, and 7, all part of a strategic plan. You all were getting into 8, 9, were really about, very caring, mindful eye on student, choice, opportunities, etc. So when things feel like they go sort of grievancy versus IBB, look back at your interests, because that's where your commonality is. And that's what will drive you to sort of do the right thing, if you will. So in terms of brainstorming solutions, just for now, I've started number 4. It feels as though where you guys are going, it's probably not organized in the best way, but just in terms of logistics of gathering info, who wants to take on, does it make sense for someone else to sort of lead who can do what, who can get what, and when do you want to pull it together? And then maybe you still, I mean, I'm going to say that you all are not saying we're going to own fixing the whole problem or we're not going to own fixing the whole problem, because I don't think you know the extent of the problem yet. Because I feel like there's a little bit of conflict there, like, you know, and if you don't own the problem, you know, then who does, and how do you communicate to them? Right. And if you do own the problem, how do you not cut out other folks that, you know, your best solutions are going to include people outside this room. So just kind of think in that way. But so I think that someone just asked, maybe Michael, do we have some consensus not to solve this whole issue statement? Because this has just really been sort of IB being a conversation, but to at least come back to the table as a group in a future meeting to have more info on this. Do people feel as though the gathering more info is the next step at this point? Do we have consensus on that? And then if that is consensus, then, you know, who gets what info and what kind of timeline do you want to look at?
I'd say yes, I think gathering more info is the next step.
This is just a brainstorm, would it be good for, say, myself, I'm just whatever, and then maybe Jill, whoever, reach out to this one specific middle school, Hacker Grove, and then work with building reps, principal, BLT, and collect information in that fashion so that it's fair and impartial and.
Yeah.
I think we need to get basic information on all the middle schools, just on how often and kind of what is expected. But yeah, I think maybe a little bit more out of that specific one is good.
I think it's important too to know how they landed there.
Yeah.
Didn't hear that last one.
I just think it's important to know how they landed to 3 days a week or 2 days a week or 5 days a week. I mean,
Historical context is definitely important.
So could we maybe split that as, you know, I feel like, Michelle, maybe that's within the realm of what you do day to day of like getting information from principals as far as the historical piece, you know, and like the program of like how they've defined that mascot hour.
yeah, I can get that. That's easy.
And then,
Michelle, would you be doing that for all three?
All 5.
Oh, there's 5. Wow. I forget how big you all are.
I will also tell you too, depending, I don't know how quickly I'm going to get this information because they're not on contract.
Well, I don't think it's
I mean, we still have
current
2 meetings
situation.
scheduled before potentially people would report, right? We had one scheduled for the 23rd and August 20th, so.
Too, at Hawker Grove, because we were problem solving this, there is already a group that's working with resolving this problem at Hawker Grove. So I don't know, I think we have to have kid gloves here that we don't sweep in and take over that particular process. I think we want to be facilitating and learning what they're coming from that, but there's been a lot of effort last spring and early summer to let that building own the issue in an effort to avoid a grievance. And also to heal a little bit of the, if you don't go for this, you're not for kids. And so I think that's what we're always trying to encourage. So I think we need to respect that process, or at least offer, definitely I like the idea of Mike and Jill help giving their expertise and guidance, but I think you're not going into a chaotic situation. You have a situation there where the principal and one of the building reps and the BLTs have been having ongoing discussions till summer came.
well, and I was thinking I'd be willing to reach out, you know, I was just thinking the building reps would be the easiest for me to contact at each of the 5 middle schools of just like, can you give me a
temperature check.
yeah, or just like a summary of what mascot hour looks like in your building. I know that would be more of like the narrative side, but to see does the plan match what the reality is.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I did have LA on that down here because you'd raised the question, like when we hear back that this is the intent, it is important to figure out are they nailing the intent, if you will, from the end user perspective. So is it okay that I put Lindsay, do the check-in with middle school building reps? Is that what?
I mean, I can check in with building reps or, you know, BLT members, whatever people feel like would be the appropriate people to check in with.
Maybe both? They might be overlapping.
Is everybody, let's look at this and just say, so surveying staff, Jill, and whatever makes sense, Jill's gonna plug in with Hawker Grove and see what data she can bring back, is that right?
Yes, so we have to ask what are the questions? I mean, I can start making some and then show you guys and say, yes, that's good, or no, it's not.
And then I've got where we had, what are other middle schools doing, and information from principals. I think that sort of is falling into what Michelle's doing below, which is when did it start, some historical context, how many are doing it as part of this, that's duplicative. I think you had said, or I tried to capture, you said, you kind of rambled a lot of things that made sense, like, what's the process, who schedules it, what's the purpose and program of these? So that is all Michelle data through, I'm assuming, principal staff, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and then does the plan match reality, which I don't know if I'm wording that in a real neutral way, right? We don't want to be insulting to anyone's plan, but, sort of like, what's really going on the ground. Is Lindsay checking with middle school building reps and or BLT members as you can reach them? I do want to reach up and say this. When we said BLT's looking at this as well, and if Michelle's checking with principals, are generally principals always part of or leading up BLTs?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So there doesn't have to be an outreach to a chair of a BLT between Michelle talking to principals and Lindsay checking in with bargaining unit folks, I guess, that are BLT members and building reps. You're going to get a lot of info. And then with Jill's, Jill, your thought was you wanted to just maybe sort of do just a survey that just captures qualitative and quantitative data at Hawker?
Yeah. Yes. But it seems similar to what, I don't know, they all kind of seem connected, like, because you're.
I think they do, but I think it's just going to give you more to look at.
Okay.
And then I just want to somewhere, I'm going to put it up under interest here. And again, or maybe under solutions, because again, we don't have to agree to them to put them up, but it came up. And I don't know where it goes. I'm going to capture it because I heard it and I don't want to ignore it, because when we ignore things, they come up later, either directly or indirectly. The idea that, who, I don't want to say whose problem is it, but who owns the fix on this? You guys have an interest in fixing it. The question is, how deep do you all need to go on fixing it? Being sensitive to sort of not stepping on BLT toes, or, who owns the fix is something that you guys can have maybe after you have the info. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but I think, Linda had a great point that the building reps and the BLT team and the principal have begun and have been having discussions about it to try to solve the problem now for months. And you're right, we shouldn't just like swoop in and try to solve it. I think I really wanted the team to be aware of that particular issue, but then also that we were losing instructional time because we had mascot hour every single day. So I think it's still important to find out, why did it become, a 1 day a week thing to a 5 day a week thing, and find all that out.
Yeah, and I apologize. I do struggle sometimes hearing Linda. I don't want to make her come to the mic every time, but Linda, sometimes I lean in and I still don't hear you. So I apologize.
She has a mic, it just needs to be turned up, I guess.
Okay. Okay, so I will close this and send it to Jill and Rachel, but I'm sure Lindsay's probably taking notes, and as well as Rachel, but I'll send this over. And then this still stays, and I don't know if you're still working. At some point, you're going to throw those old flip charts on the wall away and just sort of create new ones. But this is still an open issue statement right now. And Am I hearing that this open issue statement can stay open and carry over to your next contract, IBB or contract negotiations or your next school contract year? But you
Yes.
wanted to work on it now, before, right? You want to continue to work towards next contract year if it requires contract language, right?
Yes.
Correct, yeah.
Okay, so you don't need a TA to go to ratification on this. You have a plan on this.
Yes.
Correct.
Correct.
Okay. Is there anything I'm missing? I'm closing it out and sending it over to Jill and Rachel, and I'm going to give you, it's a 2:30 time check. We know we're going to get together one more time. Does it make sense to have a brief conversation on PD, or we haven't really heard anything on grievance procedure? While I agree with Rachel, you're talking about a big section of your contract. Certainly not anything we'll go deep on today. But do we want to at least have a conversation about, do we have time to just open the door on either of the remaining issues? And how much time do you need on talking about communication today to your members?
I want to interject into that as reading the room and knowing that we do need to sign the TA for the stuff that we did. I don't feel like the majority of the physicalness that I can read in the room is ready to start on something new.
No, I would like, if you guys can stand to listen to me talk, to maybe introduce the problem, most of which we've already outlined with the negotiation process, because I do think we need to not forget about that and get it solidified at some point in the near term. And again, I don't know what that looks like, if that's informal for us that we keep in mind, if that's something that we do as an addendum to the agreement, if it's, I don't know what it looks like.
Are you speaking directly to the process of our IBB?
To how we negotiate.
Number 2?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I don't know, does everyone just want me to like kind of run through and identify instead of taking a break so we could like,
No, I'm fine with
Okay.
I
that.
do need to take 2 minutes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's fine.
Can I clarify one thing though? I'm concerned with like grievance procedure, because that is something that if we make any changes is going to have to go through ratification.
agreed. And that's kind of why I want to bring up the process. She won't care if I talk without her here. Let me pull up, if everyone could look at, where didn't we have notes sort of about things that have come up?
Yeah, you had it in, maybe it was in the TA's folder? Or maybe not. Oh, no, it's in the main folder.
Negotiation process notes, SMSD2. So the reason why we, the board wanted to have this as one of our items and to actually do the process was, and some of it we've already agreed to, is we're moving to something new. And we had agreed for this year to use interest-based bargaining as our method to achieve negotiations that are required under the Professional Negotiations Act. And so a big part of that idea was to see how it went for us and to potentially somehow memorialize or have an agreement to continue using it going forward as a method, so that if it was successful and it was working for us, that it's an agreement that we have and it's not ever, taken off the table or forgotten about, or so that, again, that we maybe consider memorializing it. And then also, if there were things that came out of this that were successful tools, that we memorialize that somehow. A lot of this, as I took notes on, I think it worked incredibly well. I think joint statements worked well and have been successful coming out. And again, maybe memorializing that somewhere or in some way, so that that is a commitment that this team has to itself, that that's how we communicate out of these meetings. We've been transparent with documents. I love Google Docs. I think it helps when you have a person like me who's like, let's hammer it out. You don't feel like someone's taking charge of the process, because everyone has full editing and access, editing rights, access to the documents. I like that. I like that we put tentative agreements into writing. That's something that has come up as an issue before of, well, I thought we were here with this discussion, but I didn't think we were there. And what was the nature of it? My notes say one thing and your notes say another thing. And frankly, guys, I've tried to keep good notes, but when I'm really thinking or I'm speaking, I'm not taking good notes. So I think that tentative agreements are important. The meeting schedule, again, I feel like we've already got through that discussion this morning. But I like use of the meeting schedule. What I really think I'd like to have a conversation about, and it doesn't have to happen today and we're tired, so I don't think it's a good idea for it to happen today, is, obviously we did not have like a meeting of the minds about coming in with issues. And so my thought process was interest-based bargaining is the way that we achieve negotiations. We came in with 3 additional issues and NEA came in with, I don't know, taking out compensation, like 10 issues or something like that. To my view of the Professional Negotiations Act is that the goal is to set out what I would call rules of fair play, right? And so what happened was, I don't think while all of these topics I think were really important, and I'm glad we spent the time to discuss them, I get a little bit concerned about fair play in the sense of we should each have time to discuss our issues. Now, I want to be very clear, we were not pushed out of that. I voluntarily took back issues and put them on the back burner. So I was never asked to do that. You guys never pressured us to do that. But out of practicality, that's something that had to happen. I think that it might, again, how do we make sure that, trying to phrase this as a problem, that at our meetings, we both have equal time to bring up issues, that if we're looking at March, and we're starting to prepare notice letters, should we have a discussion about how many issues each side is going to notice to make sure we have the same amount of time? If we've met all year, we could have agreements that compensation hours, amounts of work, we each think we only have 1 more issue to discuss. Okay, that's an agreement, we'll each do 1, something like that. Or we have a lot we still need to talk about. Would you guys be open to doing 4? But that we have that at a discussion so that we have just, again, some rules of fair play, so we're each getting time to discuss problems that may have arisen during the school year or needs to address in the contract. So that was really, I feel like most of these things we naturally solved as we became a team that arose as problems last year. And actually this issue of fair time for issues was a new thing that arose because of our first time going to IBB. So I think if we could do thought process homework, my things that I would have as items for us to continue thinking about are, do we want to make these commitments on these things in this document to each other? If we do, how do we memorialize that? And how formal does it need to be? And then third, what are some ways that we ensure fair play when we're meeting throughout the school year? It's before March 31st. We don't have to we don't have to follow the rigor of the Professional Negotiations Act till we get to that March 31st deadline. So how do we do that? So that would kind of be my setup of that topic.
I worry about adding anything that in a sense ties our hands outside of, I don't know if we're fully at I'm trying to hear you and try not to interject that somehow we didn't play fair.
Can somebody lean in a little, Jay, if that's you or John, you start to sound
All
like.
right, I'm
lean in a little
sorry,
so I
it's
can
at
hear.
that point.
That's okay.
I'm trying to wrap my head around it, and I was saying, trying not to take that as felt like we didn't play fair somehow. My off-the-cuff remarks, I don't think we're there yet. I think that, we learned a lot, and I think if you're trying to lock us into something right now, I don't know. I think that we can agree to some ground rules and things like that, but I don't think it's fair to insist like, well, we're only bringing 2 things, so you can only bring 2 things.
Because ultimately, of our issues, they came down to mandatorily negotiable topics, compensation, hours and amounts of work.
You mean that actually went into the contract?
No, I mean, all of those issues tied to hours and amounts of work.
Those were not all mandatory issues. But
No, we're
that's
saying that-
okay. We can, the Professional Negotiations Act expressly states
Right,
that
we know.
parties can mutually agree to talk about other topics. And we, that's what we did this year. And again, I want to clarify, I don't think that there was ever any goal to not abide by rules of fair play or anything like that. I just think we did not have, it was an issue we did not address. We did not talk about, how we would, in a fair way, divide time to talk about issues. And that is what I think we need to talk about, in relation to.
But fair doesn't mean equal.
Guys, I'm going to say it's 2:40, and I think that it's not probably a great idea at the end of what was really a great day to kind of bump ourselves up to 3 o'clock and have an incomplete conversation around this topic. Are you feeling, Rachel, you sort of raised it, because are you feeling as though, Rachel, you are you're thinking that you all need to bring up out of the remaining items, let me just back up here. I'm just thinking just facilitation wise, right? Out of the remaining non-economic items that you all didn't get to, it sounds as though you decide on time to teach the priority standards. That's something you can continue to work on. Maybe the group doesn't fully own it. They just make sure that it's not creating problems, right? And it gets right, and that that it gets fixed, right? But you don't need a TA for this contract on it. Maybe you will next time around. The second one, PD, you haven't worked through it yet. Knowing you have another session, you may IBB it and have a TA to get ratified this year or not. And then the grievance procedure, I think you've said that is a whole, probably a pretty comprehensive unpacking of a big process that, if you want to ratify it for this year, you're probably going to have to really designate more time or use your entire next session for it. And that maybe is a possibility, right? You could do that. And then the last thing that didn't get talked about yet, because we kept saying, when you're done with this process, let's debrief it. Let's say what worked, what didn't. Where do you want to go from here? You kind of decided where you want to go from here when we had the calendar conversation in terms of ongoing meetings to be proactive. And it's going to be under the sort of umbrella of IBB, so you can create TAs if you come to them, right? So you kind of decided that, but you didn't go through the what works, what didn't, and do we need to have any language about this process in the contract? You didn't do that yet, and I think you're opening that right now, Rachel, unless I'm not hearing. Does other people think that's where we're at right now?
Yeah, that was definitely our question of, can we come, do we want to talk about a commitment to a certain negotiations process?
Can you tell me what is your current MOU and your current agreement? Does it care? You all remember, I was surprised that you did it and I was pleased that you did it. But when you all mediated your agreement last time coming out of our office, FMCS office, you all did an MOU that reflected the spirit of something, a commitment to do something around interest-based bargaining. Pretty darn brief. Would it build on that, and or does that MOU carry over, and does it need to? And I know, Rachel, you're thinking maybe something a little different, but I just want to say that does exist, and maybe we should acknowledge, did that have an expiration?
Right, it could look like that. It could look to build on that. And again, I'm not looking for something so structured that we would have some sort of time limits. I think that's counter to IBB too, but something where there's an opportunity to bring the same opportunity to bring issues is what I would say. Without either party feeling like they're limited somehow in what they can bring, but the same opportunity to bring issues forward and have a full discussion about them.
Does it feel like we almost need to do our debrief of how this went and really sort of start some columns on what do we want to carry forward? What does it take to do that? Do we want to spend some significant time with that for your next meeting? Because I feel like at this point, with just 15 minutes left and you stuff talk about communication, I think we'd shortcut it. And if people don't really feel like the process is robust and it's rushed, I don't think there will be consensus or support with the ideas that could be coming up.
Yeah,
That's
I
my
agree
sense.
with that. I think everyone's getting checked out. That's why I'm the only
And
one
sometimes we
talking.
just get tired and we kind of keep pushing, and that's maybe where we're at. So we do figure out our agenda for your next meeting. So we know now what we've got and what order we want to go, and this is one of them where we're going to unpack a little deeper. Do we want to kind of stop convo now? Is it okay to stop convo now? You guys do have some homework assignments related to the teaching priority standards. We need to decide when should those be due back. If it's not going to be for your next meeting, then it shouldn't be on the agenda for your next meeting. We do need to figure your agenda for next meeting, and you guys need communication time in light of the fact that you did do some significant work today, and I know you did some communication work already. But is it okay to kind of just sort of say, let's just put this conversation on hold?
Yeah, and the only reason I wanted to introduce it was just to give people some time to, I don't know that it's like formal homework necessarily, but some time to just, think on it. What is our next meeting date, the 26th?
Third.
23rd, and it's 3 hours.
Okay.
I think you're going to have any other economic stuff to work on, but if you remember, you all did want to at least have more conversation on the calendar and the school being bumped out, so that Michelle had a little more conversation with you all before the board was together on that on the 27th. So that maybe is going to be a significant thing on the agenda. Who wants to pull up and start an agenda?
I'm doing it.
Yeah, and I think that the calendar discussion might actually end up happening prior to the 23rd, possibly virtually, and because it's so time
And by the
sensitive.
way, that, guys, it feels as though I don't know that you need the IBB calendar conversations unless you feel like you need me. Have those, right? I mean, whatever you need to do
Right.
to have them, it's kind of a different, when you get somebody else's calendar, you seem to figure that out without IBB in or anything, so. Okay, so who's
making
doing
an
agenda?
I started when it just says July 23 agenda, and then I just put calendar discussion, ? Perhaps virtually.
Yeah, so it could be happening before that. And then, what about the grievance procedure, Rachel? I almost thought you were going to go ahead and tick through what are the main concerns on why you made it an issue statement. You don't have to, don't do it now, but does it make sense for sooner than later you all to hear from the district on why that was brought forward? And just like the way Jill today flagged the problem, is there a problem that needs to be flagged? So you have something in the works on solving that grievance procedure problem, and you decide, do you have to process it before you ratify, or does it carry over kind of like the priority standards issue? Should that be pretty upfront on the 23rd?
It's an issue that's, really important to the board. It's a process that I don't think is working well for either side right now. I wouldn't say it's immediately time sensitive, and I would say it's a topic that's worthy of good study and attention. Our interests are, in those are outlined in our issue statement. And
So it makes sense for folks to look at that or just at least walk through it. So you guys are putting that in front of you. So as you think about your first IBB on August 20, that may be your out of the gate first IBB work that you start to look at, so that surely by your next contract cycle, if you all reach a TA that changes something, you've got that under your belt and in your TA folder for next time. So maybe you at least do walk through the issue statement, describe the problem, and get some juices flowing on it, so you don't just pick it up cold August 20th, if you have time on the 23rd, you know?
Yeah,
What
I
is-
can,
what do
I
you
can
other-
outline that maybe more fully. I frankly think it's more important, you know, whatever it is, whatever our discussion is, but since we are going to be heading into what would be discussions for the next school year, I would like to complete our issue statement number 2 on the negotiations process next meeting.
What do other people think about that? That's the PD issue statement, correct?
No, that's the negotiations process.
Oh, yeah, the negotiation process, right. Well, what about, then that leaves PD? We need to have a conversation about that on the 23rd to decide if you got to IBB it in order to ratify.
Our biggest concern for PD is really at the elementary and the middle level. I think high school with the late starts, obviously we always want more, but at least with the high school, they have more time for collaboration, where I think our middle school and elementary teachers do not. So that's our conversation around that. I do not think that we intended to necessarily fix that right now, but to open the door. So I think it can wait. It's not something that we have to have a TI on moving forward in this contract. And I think it's something similar to the mascot hour that we would probably have continued conversations on all year and probably need additional people in the room.
And then, okay, thank you for that input, Michelle. And then Jill and or anyone else want to say, didn't the association have a PD issue statement as well? And are you feeling different or similar about that in terms of the timeliness of it?
I would say we'd feel similar to that in regards to the timeliness of that.
And I think our PD one was more quality PD, which we did kind of address with the staff meeting, in my opinion.
I think it could be tied into that conversation of continuously throughout the year.
With the feedback loop that we get.
So I hear saying that all of our professional learning issue statements, we don't need a TA on for this year, and that we'll continue to have conversations on them as we meet. Is that what
Yep.
everyone's hearing?
Yeah. So then that means the 23rd is visit calendar, if it hasn't been already, or any final things on calendar related to the school district, school year change. And then go ahead and really let's unpack, debrief, and even perhaps IBB the issue around future negotiating process / collaboration. And then if there's time, begin to unpack the grievance procedure so you don't pick it up cold on on your first August meeting. And then PD can also flow into August and September meetings. That sounds like what I'm hearing.
We typically had a COVID discussion on most dates. I know today we didn't specifically have more questions, but I think that's an ongoing thing that we continually get questions about. I'm sure HR does as well.
So keep it as a standing item.
We might have some more progress on the FAQs at that point
Okay.
as well.
I hope so.
Yep, me too.
Well, I'm hopeful a lot of those questions too would be answered at the special board meeting as we have more information too.
Right.
Okay. I think we have a calendar, and it sounds like, Rachel, you were the person who pulled up and typed that?
Yeah, it's labeled July 23rd agenda. It just has the 3 things on it.
Didn't we say we would talk about grievance?
Oh, yeah, and I can do an intro.
On grievance, yeah. Okay, and then it sounds like you do have plenty of homework on teaching priority standards. So when you're together in August, I bet by then people will have sort of that information gathered. So you don't rush and you really have full data. That may even go on a September agenda. But you all have, I think, quality and important issues to carry forward for your ongoing IBB that you both have very strong, both, I say district and association. It feels weird to say that in both anymore, that this team has really probably strong interest in and strong, probably aligned interest in. So I want to let you guys have time for communication. Anything I'm forgetting to do, I just sent your notes on your time to teach priority standards to Jill and Rachel. I'm assuming
Thank
Lindsay's
you.
still scanning in notes she's got.
Yeah, and I've been taking those and like making them into Google Docs and putting them in our
I
folder.
appreciate that.
Hey guys, if there's stuff that feels like you want input on and you're like, you know, like I don't want it to be I mean, here's the thing, most everything should happen in this group together. Otherwise it starts to feel like, oh, you know, maybe a clique of this group or a smaller group worked on something without the whole group. It's not transparent, this or that. But I did hear Jill say something like, she would maybe think about putting together a survey that can gather some qualitative data from Hawker. And she said, you know, maybe you guys, if you take a look and give me input, like things like that, as long as you're inclusive of everyone in the group and it doesn't turn out to be like a little unsanctioned subgroup. I think things you all do like that because you have probably a group email list together, you have shared folders, you can email each other. If it's helpful to move your work forward, you don't have to wait for me to facilitate telling y'all to do that between meeting time. Just again, think about the values, think about how other people would perceive it if you're not inclusive of everyone, is all I want to say, really. Okay?
Yep.
And I got nothing else for you all. And I am going to go buy books 4 through 7 of the Harry Potter that I've never read because I have a 12-year-old grandson that is like reading them, staying up all night with the flashlight reading them. And he's texted me all day, can you get me 4 through 7? So I'm those.
That's awesome. I fully support that. I've read them all probably 3 times and seen every movie
Well, I
10
hear
times.
like women that I'm really simpatico with that like they like them, and I'm like, I would never think about picking them up. But
Well, I
might
started
have
them
to.
in college, but yes.
I've actually
Oh my
read them
gosh,
all.
you are young. Yeah, I might have to read them just so he and I have more to talk about because I don't do football and all he talks about is the Chiefs. Anyway, okay, guys, have a great week and I will be talking to you guys on the morning of the 23rd. I'll go ahead and send out the link for that now. Okay,
Great, thanks.
I'm dropping off. Bye.
Bye.